And he can come on in whenever we're ready to go. Okay, sounds good. All right.
The posting says 6:30.
No, that's the other agenda.
We have a special meeting.
Okay,
Mhm,
okay.
right. Okay, sounds good. Nobody's here. Good afternoon and welcome to the City of Leon Valley Special City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, July 18th, 2023, and it's approximately 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. We have 3 council members present. Mr. Bradshaw's out on vacation today, and Mr. Campos is on his way. But we do want to start on time this evening. So I'd like to ask Council Member Josh Stevens to lead us in the pledge, please.
Would it be appropriate to wait till 6:30 when the...
You want to do it then?
We can do it twice.
We could do it? Okay, let's do it twice. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I appreciate it. Agenda item number 2. The City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Section 551.071, consultation with counsel on legal matters to receive legal advice on possible litigation between the City of Leon Valley and Joshua Henson. So at this time, 6:02, we will move to executive session. Thank you, and stand in. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Sandra.
That's just the kind of people we are.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for waiting patiently. We're back from executive session at 6:33 and reconvening into the regular session. And our next agenda item is citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens that would like to speak? Please come forward and state your name and where you reside. Good evening. Okay, seeing no one, then we will, citizens be heard. Well, we have another citizens to be heard this is our special meeting. We just came out of executive session. Okay. Seeing no one, then we will move to possible action on issues discussed in the executive session. There's no action at this time. So we move to adjourn the executive session at 6:34 on Tuesday, July 18th, 2023. All right. So I will go ahead and open the next meeting. Good evening and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today's Tuesday, July 18th, 2023, and it's approximately 6:34 in the evening. And all council members are present with the exception of Council Member Bradshaw, who is out of town and is not unable to join us this evening. And we do have a quorum. So let's see, I had asked Councilmember Stevens to lead us in the pledge for the first meeting. So I'll ask Councilmember Campos if you'll lead us in the pledge for this meeting. If you'll please stand, please. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Agenda item number 2 is citizens to be heard. Is there anyone in the chambers that would like to address the council at this time, usually on items that are not on the council agenda, because you are able to speak at the council agenda items? Yes, Mr. Mata, good evening and welcome.
Turn this on.
There you go.
Eric Mata, Canterfield. At the last meeting in June, I know there was, I guess, some comments and I made here at the lectern that I guess prompted something that concerned me. And I thought it might even be on the agenda for this meeting, but I've come to find out that it's on the agenda for the retreat that you guys have on Saturday. And it concerns me because for me it's kind of echoes of stuff we saw going on 2 and 3 years ago, where we had a council majority, we had some staff who were working against citizens who were outspoken, and there were attempts to silence speech and to intimidate citizens. And it concerns me, and I'm not exactly sure who it came from. I think it could have been you, Mayor. I'm not exactly sure. But I just want to remind you guys that a governmental body may not prohibit public criticism of the government body, including criticism of any act, omission, policy, procedure, program, or service. And that's in our Texas Code. So whatever y'all plan on doing in regards to rules of decorum on Saturday, I would really warn you let's not take things back to the mess that we saw 3 years ago. People have a right to come up here and passionately speak about their opposition to things that they have problems with. And I don't think it's anyone's duty up there to silence or to in any way discourage that. Thank you.
Well, That is the agenda item that I placed, but I have no intention of talking about that. So it's more of a procedural issue. So we'll see you on Saturday. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one, then we'll move to presentations. Presentation 3.1. Presentation and discussion to consider approval of
Publication, I'm sorry. Publication.
Publication, yeah, I was going to say, that's not a word. Okay, publication for request formal proposal, RFP, for the Kinman House, and we have Roque Salinas, our Director of Economic Development, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
All right. So based on Council's feedback, we decided to do an RFP and present it to the Council. You all have a copy of the RFP as written. It is a first draft. We are here to receive feedback. So the property is obviously the Kinman House on 6417 Evers Road. You can either give us direction, approve and moving forward, or deny moving forward. Eligibility criteria that we're going to be looking at is background information, objective, scope of work, proposal to submission, evaluation criteria, and then the important dates. That's what the RFP is broken down into. Background of the property, basically, you know, the City of Leon Valley has a property and things cannot be removed. This is what the property comes with. If a property comes in and needs more equipment or different equipment, it is up to them to get that equipment. It is currently as a restaurant, so there's kitchen equipment in there. We are not tied to that concept. If we have a different proposal, the council wants to go that way, we can definitely entertain that idea. But this is currently what's in the Kinman House that has been left by the city for city property. The objective is to manage, operate a facility as efficient, provide a high quality experience, focus on customer satisfaction, sustainable business model and profitability, and contribute to the local economy and fostering community engagement. The scope of work. So we will be asking for certain documents to make sure that the property is viable and doing well, which is tracking financial performance, hiring and managing qualified staff, establishing partnership with local suppliers and vendors whenever possible, interior design and layout that's optimal, procedures, you know, making sure that we have all the proper licenses and supplies, and having a proper marketing and promotional strategy to attract customers. Essentially, we've heard the feedback from the council, and we want to make sure that whatever is there, it is a benefit to the community and is somewhat profitable if need be. So what we're looking at here would be a summary, a business plan, qualifications, business financials, a timeline of how operations would, you know, when the time would open up, and any kind of optional, any kind of references to see if they have different operations across the city or across, you know, the metro area. Our evaluation criteria is going to be from highest to lowest. It's going to be financial viability, capacity, sustainability, and of the proposed operations. We want to make sure that the business that's going to go in there is going to be profitable. It's going to be there for a long time. Second one is the strength and feasibility of the proposed business plan. Right. Again, we want to make sure that we have a proper location in there that's adequate to the area. Experience and qualifications for the business entity, and then demonstrate a commitment to customer satisfaction and community engagement. These are going to be our scoring criteria. It is a 100-point scale. This was written back a couple of days ago, so a couple of weeks ago, so these dates will change. Typically, we will give 30-day, we will open up the process for 30 days. We will publish it on the Helotes Echo or the Echo. We will post it on our Twitter page, on our social media platforms, on LinkedIn, to make sure we get proposals. The evaluation period is still to be determined based on what the council feedback is. And then at a council meeting to be determined, submission of all requests and recommendation of possible selection for an approval by council. We don't know how many we're going to get so far, how many submissions we're going to receive. If it's a decent amount of, if we get 100, if y'all want to see all of them, we can do that. If you want to narrow it down to the top 3 or 5 or whatever, we can do that as well. We just don't know how many submissions we're going to get, and we want to make sure that, we follow your direction. There is another opportunity for the city to use this building. The city could also use it as a new library annex. This building is at the corner of Poss and Evers Road, is our current annex. If we were to move all of our equipment to that building, it would be across the street from the library. This building would be demolished. So that is another option as well, that we could definitely use that space for library annex equipment. And yes, that is the end of my presentation.
Okay, we will open it up for some questions. Yes, Mr. Campos, go ahead, start the discussion.
Mr. Salinas, City Manager, great job in trying to put this together. It's so broad. I think, in my opinion, from my council colleagues, I think we really need to determine whether or not we want to get into the rental business. What I heard when I was sitting in the audience, there was a lot of words saying, why are we doing this? Every time somebody falls behind in rent and blah, blah, blah. There was a lot of talk about that when I sat in the audience. We really need to decide, hey, do we want to get into the rental business again? Because that way we can start narrowing this down and create a more narrowly focused RFP. I think it's overly broad, but I understand why, okay? Is it something that we could use internally, like the library annex? And then there's been talk about having the lack of kitchen equipment in, I think, the conference center, or what do we call that big?
That's the community center is the big one, yeah, but the conference center is the small one that we're renovating right now.
Correct.
Yeah.
So just so we can get the kitchen equipment portion out of the way. It's 7 years old. We purchased the equipment for about $30,000. We think we could probably auction it between $10,000 and $15,000 for some of that commercial grade equipment. It would not fit at the conference center. It's too large. Melinda already looked. The dishwasher and the amount of retrofit we would have to do for the fridge. We were looking at more of a kitchenette area at the conference center. And so but you have commercial grade equipment at the community center, which we just did 2 years ago, all that equipment. So you could keep that equipment. If anything were to go out at the community center, you could keep that equipment as backup, or you could auction that equipment off and get some money back for the kitchen equipment, because I know that came up as a possible topic. Staff would really like to use it for the library annex. We've been told in the past that the library annex already needs to be demolished. So if you're asking for what staff thinks should be done with that building, we'd rather, and it's close enough to the library that the friends don't have to they use a wagon and they have to use volunteers to lug the books back and forth. So that's what we would like to do. If you don't want to get into the rental type business anymore, that's what we would prefer. If we go out for an RFP, we have been giving tours. People know that Vanya's left. She's no longer, we've already done a walkthrough. We need to do a deep clean, but she's already out of the building. We've gotten the keys, we've done inventory, and so we've had people come in and look at the building in preparation to do this RFP. We've had, three people go and look at the building, tour the building. So you do have some prospects out there. They may not all be restaurants. You could have somebody come in with a 401c3 that fulfills some sort of need in the community, like a diaper bank or something like that. You could have, it doesn't necessarily have to be an actual business that generates revenue. So just to kind of put that out there for you, you could have somebody completely different submit an RFP under these guys because it is broad. So you're just trying to look for a venture that will benefit the community either monetarily or fulfill a need in the general area.
Okay. Were you finished with your comments?
And the only thing that I'd like to close with is that if it does go into a restaurant, I'm sure that we're going to have to pay for making sure the equipment all works properly. And so that's going to be an expense that the city's going to have to incur. So that's the only comment I have.
Well,
Thank you.
I didn't know we had 3 people looking at it already. I'd like to see what's out there personally, but on the records, is it the library books that they
You put records like a record store, but it's all the Friends of the Library use it as old library books that have been cycled out of the books. So for those of you that haven't gone to a Friends of the Library sale, it's all of the
50 cents a book, and they generate $1,000 a year.
And that's what they use the library annex it's been the Friends. We talked about during the bond, getting rid of the library annex altogether and not needing it, and the Friends became a whole thing.
Yeah.
And so if we're gonna keep the library annex, is what we heard during that time the council wanted to do, then my recommendation would be to use that building if y'all don't wanna purchase a new building.
Okay, I was with the mindset that why are we keeping a building or keeping used books when we could maybe give them to half-price books or something, you know? But, I mean, I forgot that the library friends were getting upset about us not doing away with that, so I'd forgotten about that, so. Okay, Mr. Orozco, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I was also going in that same line as well. I was thinking more as Public Works office for Ms. Moretz. I've seen the offices that they have there at Public Works, and they're also congested in there. And I don't know if that would be an option, it would be feasible. And I thought that somebody was going to be renting it out as office space as well. And my third thought about this was that you can also have it as an event center, the way you do the conference center, for small parties like showers or small birthday parties. But I don't want to close the door on anybody that may come in and actually be a little bit financial advantageous for us to actually not so much lose money, but make a little bit. I don't want to close the door on what options that we may have. I want to see what they got there and then make a determination of whether we're going to do it as a library annex, Public Works. But if we do go with a library annex and we demolish that corner right there on Paulson and Evers, I'd like to use that area as a memorial area for veterans. As we discussed before, it came out, but that's just my thought, and I just don't want to close the door on those three people that are looking at it.
I agree with you there. Yes, Mr. Martinez, and then Mr. Stevens.
If you can go back a couple slides. Let's see, keep on going. Keep on going. Keep on going. Let's see. Go one more, I think. No, okay, there. Okay. No, go back. Okay. Oh, wait, no, that's still another, go back again. Okay. Some of these, in my opinion, some of these requirements are really not something that we even, if we were to rent it, even things that we even need to ask the company, tracking financial performance, that's none of our business. Preparing periodic reports, that's none of our business. Our only business if we rent it is collecting the rent on the first of the month, period.
That used to be the problem before, right?
Well, okay, I know. Let me finish. But other than us collecting the rent, it doesn't matter. If we rented it to a person and they paid the rent and just kept it vacant for a year, we had a year's lease, and they kept it vacant, it doesn't matter to us what they do with the property. You rent it as is, and you're responsible for that. So these, in my opinion, these requirements are a little excessive. But I agree with my other counselors. I don't think we need to be in the rental business. I think a better use of that property would be for the library annex.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens.
I guess I don't have a strong opinion on this. Ultimately, I just don't want to get into a scenario like we previously were in. I think that if we do choose the rental option, that the way that it was working, it should never work like that again. We should have a property management company that makes a percentage every month of the 5% or whatever they charge of the rent every month to completely manage the property and to worry about all the late payments. They do the eviction if it needs to be, and it should keep us completely out of that. It should not, because otherwise it's just going to continue to turn into a political issue when the reality is it's just a business. Like, it's unfair for it to turn into a political issue for anybody that's on the council, whether now or in the future. So that's kind of my opinion on that one. I do know, like, regarding the I understand what y'all are trying to achieve here. I also think that just getting a credit report, like like whether it's a personal credit report for somebody that's starting up, I guess, or like the business, the Dun and Bradstreet credit report for a business that's already established. I think that will tell you everything you need to know in terms of like if they're able to pay their bills, because generally if somebody has a good credit score, they're going to pay their future bills. And again, if we have a property management company, they'll be able to report if in the event of non-payment.
So for A, Mr. Martinez, would you be okay with changing that to getting a credit report instead of that information?
Yes, in fact, I think you know that I recently moved my business, and I had to fill out just a very basic credit report, basically, or form, or application. And one of the things they did is they checked my DMB rating, and then they offered me the lease. But until I did that, I put my money down. But until they, actually gave me my lease, it was still up in the air.
Okay. I was just going to say, I know I've heard from people that they still like the restaurant idea or some kind of a hybrid, because people like to be able to, get a cup of coffee or something to eat. So I know that's one. And we're going to open it up for the citizens to give their opinions as well. Did you have something else, Mr.
So
Campos?
if council chooses to put it up for rent, there's quite a few things that in my opinion, need to be in this. Really, what is the city's minimum rent that we're going to accept? I think that was one of the key issues that I heard sitting in the audience, that wasn't at fair market value, that they got a sweetheart deal. So what is the minimum rent? Is there going to be a base rent plus?
It out, yeah.
Are y'all narrowing the focus is my question. Because when Councilor Hafner was on, they wanted to see because it could be, again, it could fulfill a certain need. So like if they were just doing like coffee, bakery, and that fulfills the need there, then the rent wouldn't be necessarily market, but like they had to provide a business plan or proposal for what their use was going to be for the building. So that's why the RFP was vague. They wanted to solicit from different types of businesses, organizations, to come in and submit a plan to the city that showed I'm willing to pay $3,000 in rent if I can do X, Y, and Z. Or we are a nonprofit and we know that there's a need for formula in the area or food pantry or something of that nature. We fulfill this need in the community, and we would like to manage the property and not, pay for our own, maintenance and stuff on the building, but we don't want to be charged rent. But the council or the community may see that type of need, a food pantry, is more needed in the area than a cafe. So that was the whole idea of this RFP, of like soliciting a use for the building. It may not be a rental use for the building. It may be a different type of use. But if y'all want to narrow the focus and you want this RFP to be for a restaurant, then I have to go back and rewrite an RFP. Like if it's specifically you're soliciting for restaurant usage, then we can go back and look at redoing the RFP, but that's not what the direction was of the council at that time. So I just need to know what y'all want.
Okay.
The other thing that if you want to make it a little more tailored, I think you need food pantry, diaper bank, whatever those are. I think we also need to put what is their insurance responsibility so that they can put it in their calculation as to what it's going to cost them, as well as what are they going to be responsible for in maintenance for it. So it may even be a sample contract that we want to put in there with the minimum requirements.
So that's the thing is that it's the businesses, whoever's submitting the proposal, it's their responsibility to tell us what they're willing to provide, if that makes sense. So like they put in, hey, we're going to do all of these things. They should have. So that's why if you get 100 RFPs in the diaper bank, doesn't submit, just says this is all we're providing and that's the proposal they submit. Well, that's not a viable proposal. So you're going to get people that come in with a binder and have their proposal put out, their cost-benefit analysis for being in there, what type of business they're going to work, and then you're going to get the one-pagers that add no value. And so you can do contracts, but I would be doing 4 sets of contracts. I'd be doing one for a restaurant, one for a nonprofit, one for insurance-related retail use. So I would prefer if the council has a focus, whether y'all want a restaurant in there, whether y'all want a nonprofit in there, whether y'all want a service-type business in there, then I can narrow down the RFP, put a sample contract in there. But if you leave the RFP open-ended and I add all of these minimum standards, you're going to have some minimum standards relate to one type of business and some not relate to another. And so I just need to know if it would be helpful if y'all would debate
Okay.
that and tell me what y'all want, and then we can go back and make those changes.
Okay, I'd like to open it up to the citizens, so they have, we've all gotten to speak, Mr. Martinez. Let's hear from the citizens, and then we can go from there, okay? Because they've been sitting patiently. Yes, good evening and welcome. Ms. Burnside?
Rita Burnside, Forest Oaks. Good evening, all. I'm here tonight to express my thoughts, including that of a number of my friends and fellow citizens about the future of the Kinman House. Given that the nonprofit making track record of restaurants occupying the Kinman House over a few years has not looked very good, it might be advisable for the city to focus on nonprofit use of this building, to provide its citizens with a gift, perhaps, a comfortable, relaxing, centrally located place, one for those who are seeking a calm atmosphere where they can gather with friends to catch up over a cup of coffee or iced tea, for those who would like to spend time to unwind outside the home, a spot perhaps where to cool off in the summer and warm up in the winter. A library cafe could provide such a place. So why would a cafe be popular? One of the primary reasons why coffee shops in general have become so popular over the last decade is the feeling of comfort and relaxation they can provide a social hub for the community. This feeling is especially prevalent when you compare coffee shops to other competing locations such as restaurants, pubs, and fast food chains. No doubt, the concept of library cafes is gaining in popularity as they offer more community events such as open mic nights, book clubs, and author talks. There can be local visual and performing artists displaying artwork and performing at events, further enhancing the library's role as a community gathering place. These library cafes sometimes had humble beginnings, as a coffee pot in a corner, a vending machine in the reading room, but they have evolved to a full-service cafe. Now, library cafes are probably most often operated by outside vendors, which I think is a good idea. Yes, I realize there are costs involved, but do consider the positive benefits for our citizens rather than the city's coffer. Just one more. I certainly hope you will consider placing a library cafe on the top of your list of options for the future use of Kinman House, because we already have about 30 or so Mexican restaurants in the area. Thank you.
There you go. All right, thank you very much. Who else? Yes, Ms. Gamboa, good evening and welcome. What do you think we should do?
Maria Gamboa, Forest Meadow. I don't agree with Josh with getting a real estate agent because you're going to have to go to all the trouble of finding someone that is adequate, and having been a renter in the early years, I just didn't have a good adventure with them, so I don't think that that's a good idea. I think it's just going to cost us money. And I agree that maybe a little cafe is fine, but not all the stuff she said. It's just too much. I don't think, in my opinion, I don't agree with a nonprofit either, because you do want to make something nice for Leon Valley. You know, as you look around, and I was going to purposely just bring a little long piece of paper and tell you all these things, but just for a joke, but I didn't. But you know, if you look around, I can remember years ago, you came to Leon Valley and it looked so nice. But now you come around and, like I told you not too long ago, right there at the Dairy Queen, right? When you come in, the holes are there. They fixed them all right, but they put a Band-Aid on there. So the Band-Aid is gone, and so the hole is back. And the skating rink, too. If we come in sometimes to go to the Dairy Queen, it's full of holes. So all that stuff that you see and the people not taking care of the retail centers makes Leon Valley look bad. So you want something nice. And I think, yeah, a cafe would be okay, and it would be nice, you know, where people could come and kind of relax, but not to the extreme of what she said. But, you know, we want something nice for our community. And that's what I want, you know, because I want Leon Valley to be as nice as it used to be. People come and they go, oh, yeah, you know, Leon Valley, or, oh, the feast for the red lights. And, you know, they just say things that aren't nice. You want them to come and see something nice. And I remember not long ago, you put those pots to make it nice. So
On
can we
beautification,
go back to
yeah.
something like that?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those comments. Anyone else? Yes, sir. The gentleman in the back. Good evening and welcome. If you could please state your name and where you reside. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Anthony Guerrero. I reside on Peachtree Street.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a local business owner in San Antonio. I own a barbershop, and I was interested in the center, but it's so hard to get a hold of somebody to contact to find out rent, to find out things of that nature. And I think that's your biggest downfall, because if you could sit there and actually tell somebody exactly what their rent is, they'll hang up the phone on you right there if they don't want it or not. To me, the other thing is that what Mr. Martinez said, I don't feel that you should make it a nonprofit thing, because you're never going to make any money off it. You'll be losing and siphoning money the way it's been. It's been two other places. It's been the Leon Valley Cafe that I know of. I've been here. Leon Valley Cafe, and it's been Cha-Cha's. Leon Valley Cafe, when I went there, had no business. They don't make no money. I was there for a long time. I love their food. It was amazing food. New York style food was great. She even had brunches on Saturdays for people to come, like this lady suggested, so you could go have coffee and hang out there with people, but it never made it. So I'm thinking, like what Mr. Martinez said is the only viable solution, is to sit there and say, okay, what makes us money? If we're going to sit here and say, hey, let's lose money every week, it's not going to work. We got to know we're going to make money off the next idea that comes into this place. But I think one of your biggest things is what Mr. Stevens said. Hire a management company to manage it for y'all. This way City Council gets their hands off it. Because I'm not going to lie to you, me as a business owner coming to City Council meeting to ask how much rent is, that right there is a bit of a problem too. So that's your biggest downfall. But other than that, the place is beautiful. You're going to make money off it. It should make money. There should be something there that makes money. But y'all been putting cafes and restaurants and things of that nature, which do not make money. I mean, I hate to say that. You see most restaurants around town, they're failing. So you have to put something that's going to make you a little bit of something for Leon Valley. I mean, I live here. I love Leon Valley. I love the city. It's a great little town within a town. The things y'all do within the community is great. I just hope sometimes that y'all might increase them every once in a while. But everything has been lovely. But to me, I think whenever I see that spot vacant and empty and basically no business there, it just screams like, what's going on with this little part of the city? So, I mean, I think that's your biggest downfall. If y'all get like a managing company, y'all will do very well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Appreciate your comments. Yes. Thank you. All right. Mr. Mata?
Yeah, I know Crystal brought up the issue of narrowing down the RFP process. My thoughts are that, I mean, there was money already invested in it to basically take it in the direction of being a restaurant. So why would we want to throw away that investment? No. So I think right there, that's something to consider. I'm not saying necessarily that a restaurant or cafe is a better idea than others, but there's a pretty big investment already there. So I don't know why we'd want to mess with that. The other thing is, recent history, right? We've learned that there was no reason for this issue to turn into such a heated issue within the public. And I think that's where the idea of having a management company that Mr. Stevens, Councilman Stevens, is suggesting is probably going to be the wisest thing to do. And I do agree with Mr. Martinez. The city should not be in the business of deciding, whether it's a viable business, assisting in any way with making sure the business is successful. We should just be there to make sure we collect the proper rent. And there shouldn't be any games with what's awarded to a certain business as far as a better deal as far as rent. We should go by market value. And I think looking at it as some kind of gift for the community by turning it into some kind of gallery or cafe, it's a nice idea, but in a sense that actually takes away from the taxpayers. That's not a gift for us. That actually hurts us, right? So that's our property, right? And so in some way or another, we should be gaining from that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sure, go right ahead.
I just want to clarify what I said. I'm not talking about cafe, period. I'm talking about this building to be part of a library extension and having a little area where people can sit and have coffee and tea, and
Okay.
not the other way around.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So I just want to
Yeah.
just make
Yes.
just a little bit of background history. So you'll remember this, Mayor. I don't know, maybe Mr. Martinez will too. So we did a psychographic report years ago in 2014, and what they recommended and what spurred this idea was that a cafe would work in that area because it was by the library, a cafe, not a full-blown restaurant, a cafe. Coffee, pastries. And I don't know if you remember, Melinda remembered the name, but El Sol was the one we were
Yes,
trying
that's
to
right.
get there.
We sure did. We
And
tried
so
to pursue
it was
them.
a bakery and cafe. That was the original intention of that building. And then that city manager left. We got a new city manager on, and her preference was Leon Valley Cafe. And so Leon Valley Cafe, we kind of let go of the El Sol idea and went to a full-blown restaurant. We had been told the overhead for a full-blown restaurant on Evers Road may not necessarily be a viable spot due to traffic flow and things of that nature. And so a cafe, because it's close to the park, was considered at the time in 2014, mind you, as a viable option for that area due to the demographics of that particular area. So what I'm hearing from some of y'all is if that's what you want to pursue, then we can go back and tailor the RFP to pursue a cafe-type business in the RFP if that's what the council wants to do.
Okay, and I just had a clarification. Leon Valley Cafe went out of business, I thought, due to the pandemic.
Correct. So
It-
they had the
they were
ability-
just hit. I mean, they had great food and they had lots of people, and you could bring your own wine, but I really think that's what hurt them because they couldn't get the what do you call it, the takeout business, that kind of thing. That's what I understood. So I just wanted that.
Yeah, there was a
clarification.
lot, and then even
Yeah.
after they were allowed to reopen, they were fearful. I think that one of the owners had some health issues, and so they were
Yeah.
fearful to open up the public. And
Right.
So there were some other issues there. And so again, but full-blown restaurants, the overhead could be very costly.
Okay.
And so,
All right. Well, I mean, I've always thought that the cafe was a good idea, and I remember us trying to pursue
would
El
y'all?
Sol, but
am
I don't know about the
hearing
rest of
that
my
I'm
colleagues.
seeing like us to do an RFP tailored more towards a restaurant cafe type business?
Yes, Mr. Martinez. Because of the investment of like Mr. Mata said, because of the investment of the equipment. I mean, that's,
Well, we can, I hate to say it, but we can try to recover as much of the original investment. But you got to remember, that equipment's 7 years old. So what kind of,
should be,
It is 7 years old. We've already gotten our money. I mean, we've already rented it out.
but-
yeah,
But
okay,
then y'all
so
get-
if we were to go with having some kind of an entity in there, I heavily agree with Councilor Stevens that we need to have a broker or an agent that's responsible for that. I just went, like I just said earlier, I just went through this moving my business. And one of the things that was required is insurance. I have to carry a $1 million liability and a $2 million with a $2 million balloon. And then, of course, they wanted to know what I wanted to use the building for. And where I'm at now, Youth for Christ had 3/4 of the building, and they just moved out, and now they're going to rent it, break it up into 3 different suites, and they've already. I know the broker. They've already rejected a couple people just because of the type of use that they don't want in their building. So there's a little criteria, but I still am leaning towards having that be the library annex. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Yeah. Yes, Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I kind of have a concern with, I don't know how to say this nicely. Like, so restaurants, often successful restaurants have a drive-through, right? There's no drive-through there. And I just feel like there's a reason that the businesses don't succeed and they don't prosper. Like, they don't scale up at that location. They just plateau and like stay alive, if that. And so I'm a little bit concerned just about any type of cafe or restaurant. However, I mean, I'm willing to give it a shot. If a cafe, ultimately, I guess they'll have to have a brand following already, and they're going to have to suck in people for like. I can't see a startup taking place and being able to adequately pool the amount of people because of the location. There's not through traffic, and like at lunch, it's a residential area. There's not a lot of.
That's why the RFP was brought. So to solicit proposals to come in, that's why there's no rent listed. The place has only been vacant for 2 weeks. So there wasn't rent listed, so the business can say, we're willing to start up to do this.
So I do agree. So I think we need to list the rent. I think we need to list the dollar amount that we're expecting, some type of range at least, where they know. I think we should do triple net. I think the city should take care of it like how it is in normal businesses. The property owner or the property management company takes responsibility for everything on the outside shell of the building and on the land around the building. They take responsibility for everything on the interior of the building, or they pay for it monthly, like just average it out. I think that should all be outlined because the reality is, like, in Councilman Martinez just went through this. When you're looking at properties, that's like the first thing you look at is the price, and we don't even have that. So it's kind of an unfair predicament to make businesses list their own price because you're going to get like wanky. It's going to be hard to compare also because some of them might be willing to say like, we'll take care of the equipment repair and others. And so I think if we just spell all that out for them.
So if it was a nonprofit, like the extension of the library cafe, it would be 0 rent, but they're providing cafe services for the surrounding area. That's what I'm saying. The conversation with the council at the time was, let's get these proposals in, what people are willing to do with that building. So that's why this, if you want to narrow it down and you want me to put 1,900 to 2,100 rent average, triple, we can do all of that. That's why we're having the conversation. But the original discussion was different uses for this building. Let the community tell us what these different uses were going to be. And so that's why this scope is so narrow, because we're like, well, it could be a nonprofit. It could be a service type business. It could be a cafe extension of the library.
But, okay, so I see what you're saying. So, okay, so in my opinion then, I think at this point, apparently there's 3 interested
There's more.
businesses
There's
or way more, or and we haven't seen any of those.
No.
And so I think at this point, it's good to go ahead and at least look at the applicants that are willing to apply. I think that we will pull in more people when we put a price on it, because I think people will then see that it's in their range, right? And ultimately, if it's not in their range, we don't want them to waste our time on looking at them, right? Like it's.
But what if
Well,
they
I need
came
a
in for
price.
that type of business, say they came in and they want to do, we're willing to be the vendor to
It-
serve coffee and do it for the community.
So here,
So
in
y'all
my
wanna do
opinion,
that.
in my opinion, the government should not grow into this building. That it should, at this point, if we're unsuccessful with the commercial activities, I think this, as intended from the very beginning, this should be some type of attempt at a revenue generation. We've
Okay.
already
And does the
put
rest of the
equipment in there,
council feel that
and
way?
I think, in my opinion, at least, that at this point, we should put a price on it or a price range from the very beginning to, if applicants can't afford that, then they aren't going to apply. If they can afford it, then they do apply.
And that's fine, but we need a price from council.
Okay. Well, and see, they're also seeing the whole list of restaurant equipment. So, like, duh. I mean, this used to be a restaurant. Maybe, that's gonna seek people
So
with
that's
that
good.
background, I
I just
think.
need to make sure that that's what the majority wants, for
Okay.
us to list the price, solicit proposals for that, and we're not gonna consider in lieu of, right? Like a need and versus in lieu of payment.
Right, okay.
Why not? We should be able to have, I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Roscoe,
Mayor.
go ahead.
I don't think that the price should be etched in stone. I think that
But I
this
think
may
a
be a
range.
suggested price range,
Range.
but I know we have to go with a fair market value, but we should be able to negotiate a price if a good organization or business comes in and they say, well, I'm not gonna pay you $2,500, I'll pay you $2,100. I think we should leave that door open as well. I agree with Mr. Stevens and the rest of my colleagues. Go ahead and research this and not
Let's see what we
close the
get.
door to anybody, just throw it out there.
So if we do that, then the RFP, we shouldn't put a price on it, because then if we put a price, we're gonna limit those people that can pay that price. So we're
And
creating-
that's fine, but doesn't mean that we have to put it
So I can
etched in
put, the
stone.
range from the broker was 1,900 to 2,200 was the range from the broker. So, I mean, if you want, we could do 1,500 to 2,500, just brighten the range a little bit if y'all want to do that.
Okay, hang on just a second. Let's,
I thought Texas law required.
okay. The question is, do we have to put a range on there? No,
No,
we don't.
Can we give away
Okay.
property for
you
free?
can't give away the property,
Property
but if
for
they're
free.
providing a public need, right? If it becomes an extension of the library, then it's, so it's an
Okay.
that's what I'm saying, we can do that. You can say public need, we can add that as a line item, but we can say the price range or provide a public need, it's the same thing, we just add that as another bullet, if that's
Okay.
what y'all
Does
wanna
everyone
do.
agree with that? No? Okay, okay.
Getting a
We've
no
got,
here.
we've got a couple of yeses and a couple of nos. Mr. Campos, do you agree or disagree?
I agree, and we
Okay.
need to put the range of the price. I think we need to spell out what our insurance requirements are. What are the expectations, the minimum expectations that the tenant's gonna have to pay for?
With the insurance and everything,
And
yeah.
so forth. And then we can put it out.
Okay, anything else? Mr. Martinez, you're shaking your head no. What is your
When I
take?
Before I rented where I'm at now, I drove around and I made calls to some of these places. Over on Poss, those buildings on that side of the street where Bannis is right now, and there's an electrical contractor in there. They wanted like $3,000 rent for a month. I called several places and the rents were ridiculous. And that's why, like my colleague said, one of the first things when you're looking for a place to go, one of the first questions you can ask is how much the rent is. Then you can worry about the other stuff. But
Would you agree with the range then?
I would say, well, again, that's the purpose of having an agent. The agent will come up with the price.
Your agent did come up with the price.
That's what
Okay.
Crystal said.
Then,
1,500 to 2,500 is what she was recommending.
Yeah, so the broker did the range when we were originally having this conversation, and he was in the executive session, and he talked to you a little bit about it. It was 1,900 to 2,200
Right.
was his range at the time for the market. Now, the market's adjusted since we've had that conversation. It's been about 6 months or so, so I'd have to go back and ask him if that's still the range. But I'm suggesting that you go, 1,500 to 25, just make that range broader so you can entice more people to come in. But you'd have 1,500 to 2,500 as a minimum range. And just like any other entity, when you put down minimum requirements, we'll have price increases, right? Like will be included in your lease agreement. You'll have insurance minimum requirements. You'll have what they're going to be responsible to maintain in the building. So we can add all that. We needed to put something together because I needed some, as you can hear, there's lots of different perspectives on how to use this building. And so I can't write an RFP when I've got 5 different perspectives on the use. And so now I'm getting a little bit more feedback. And so what we can do is we'll rewrite the RFP and we'll bring back that RFP to you at the next council meeting.
Okay, but if you put a range 1,500 to 2,200, everybody is going to come in. I want it for $1,500. No one is going to come in and say, "Hey, man, I'm generous. I want to spend $2,200 for this building." You can't. That's ludicrous. Giving a range. You have to have a hard fact amount, and that's the way business is. You have to have an amount.
All right. Mr. Campos, do you
public,
agree?
in public procurement, I would say that you would put a point system together to evaluate price. Naturally, the proposals that put in the higher price are going to get more points, right? And that's what the competitive nature of this RFP should be about. This is one element, okay? That's how we need to do it. In private enterprise, I agree with you that, Councilor Martinez, that you set a price. But in a public arena, you're going against each other.
Okay, very good. We have another comment. Yes, sir. Yes, in the blue. Would you state your name and where you reside, please?
Frank Gonzalez.
Frank Gonzalez. Okay, thank you, Frank.
I agree and disagree with a lot of stuff that's been said. I agree with Crystal. To make her life a little easier, y'all need to narrow it down to what y'all want and don't want. Another thing, you're talking about price, right? More or less. You said, what was it? 15 to
Well, I'm saying
2,500.
more or less
2,500.
to 2,500. To me, that's not even a lot, right? Like, to me, I look at life. To me, it's just numbers. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure, you got the library, the community center right there, and then now you want to rent it out to somebody. Why don't y'all just keep it all the city? I'm sure y'all can come up with something. I mean, I can come up with so many ideas. I mean, it's not even funny. But y'all can't come up with something to generate $1,500 to $2,000 a month there and avoid all the headaches, avoid the insurance. You already got your own insurance for the property, statistics, credit reports. I mean, I'm pretty sure y'all can come up with something to generate $2,000 a month at that building. I kind of agree with the library cafe. I mean, y'all can sell cafe. It don't got to be nothing too fancy, but generate people coming from the library, make money. It's subtracting that 2,000. Pastries. It's subtracting that 2,000. The building's yours, right? I mean, do y'all pay for it?
We own it.
Exactly.
It was donated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's free money. And you avoid the headache. And even movie night, you can have movie night every day, every month in that little where I put the Christmas tree. I mean, movie night don't overcrowd, and that will generate money from the library cafe or something small like that, annexed to the library. To me, $2,000 is not a lot of money. I mean,
Okay, so that's what you think we should go for, $2,000.
No,
Okay.
I'm just saying. I mean, if
Yeah.
that's the number y'all coming up with. I don't think y'all need to spend money to, how much should we rent it for? How much money this? How much money that?
Sounds good.
Y'all going above and beyond. It shouldn't even be that hard. It's your building, and I know y'all can come up with something to generate $2,000 a month and avoid the headache and keep it. And then too, what company's coming in? What type of people are they going to bring into the community? I mean, it's getting kind of bad in certain areas already. I mean, what kind of people do you want to bring in? And that's another thing y'all got to look at as far as the business that's coming in. What kind of people do they attract? Is it going to be a little more traffic there, depending what's coming, hours and stuff like that?
Okay.
But to me, just this $2,000 is not a lot. I'm sure y'all can come up with something
Okay.
and keep it with the city.
Thank you. Really appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Just
Okay,
really
so you want to just bring back something on August 1st?
But, I mean, Mr. Orozco did, in line with this gentleman, to rent out the building just like you rent out the community and conference center. That's also an option if that's something you want to do, and we just follow what we do for the community and conference center and rent out that facility. Since money has not ever been the reason for that facility.
I mean, it just hasn't. I mean, we don't generate money for rentals of any of our buildings.
I'd like to see what we get on the RFPs, just see what range of proposals, and
Yeah,
then
we'll
we can
go from
always,
there.
say, no, 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 oh, that's pretty good, no, no. And
And
then
we'll go
that's
from
always
there.
an option to, if we don't get something that we like, but let's at least put it out there.
So we'll rewrite an RFP and we'll bring it back to you at the next meeting.
Okay, very good, thank you, appreciate it. All right, 7:30. Agenda item number 3.2, presentation and discussion of the monthly financial report ending June 30th, 2023. And we have Carol Gehring, our finance director. Did I pronounce your
Yes, it's
last
Gehring,
name?
yeah.
Gehring, I did, great, thank you.
Good evening,
And
Mayor.
good evening and
council.
welcome. We're
Thank
so
you.
glad you're here.
Thanks.
And you've got everything up there, right? Okay.
Yes. So I'm going to start with the general fund. We are 75% through the fiscal year. The first one that I wanted to talk about is the ad valorem taxes. We are collected 95%. Collections were already due. That's why we're at 95% right now. Our collection rate, you'll see that it is comparable to last year, and this year we actually got a little bit. Sales tax, actual compared to budget is 59.6. It's a little behind the 75% because sales tax is typically received 2 months before, yes. So our year to date compared to last year, there's an increase of 3.08.
3.08?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Even though we run behind 2 months, our year to date compared to last year is an increase of 3.08.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And this is the result of an increase of sales activity. Since it's 2 months behind, we reversed October, November of 2022, sorry. And at the end of our fiscal year, we will accrue October, November of 2023, and then you'll see how it's going to adjust back to what it's supposed to be.
That's the sales tax, right?
Yes.
Okay. What about that miscellaneous, that 1.199 for 184?
Okay, let me
What
get, I'll get to that one and I'll go
okay, I
back to
thought that's
franchise
where you-
license. No, it's fine.
Okay.
For the miscellaneous, that account includes
Yeah.
$607,730. Is 2 checks from Seneca West for reimbursement for the Seneca West drainage project.
Oh, okay,
This
thank you.
reimbursement has been reclassified already to the Fund 851 because that's where we're paying it off. And
Okay.
after the reclassification, the year to date for miscellaneous is $591,611.
Okay.
Franchise taxes are pretty much on the budget and target. We don't have any new franchise taxes revenue stream. License, permits, and fines. The previous finance director changed the way the city receives the money from my permit now. We are in the process of changing it back where we will automatically receive it in income instead of being manually entered. As of today, I've caught up us with the manual entries, which it will increase the revenue by $126,927, making the license, permits, fees, and fines revenue to a total of $916,517, and the new percentage budget to actual is 58.15. So that report doesn't reflect the numbers I'm saying because as of today, I just finished all the manual entries.
Okay.
So let me just can I clarify for you, please? So 2 things. One, the Seneca West, we got the checks.
Right.
And so the cashiers and the assistant finance director teal it into miscellaneous. Then we have to reclassify it into the correct
Okay,
fund.
there
So
you
we
go. I was wondering
reclassify
why it was so high.
No. We
Yeah.
reclassify it into the water fund because that's where we pay the capital project
That's
out of.
right.
When Kevin was here, he deleted a whole bunch of accounts off of the Encode, so those accounts don't exist. So we have to create those accounts and make sure they get put
Okay.
in the right account. So like insurance payments, like when we got the attorney's fees, we just put them in miscellaneous until we're
I
fixing the
see.
account codes.
Okay.
The same thing with building permits. The way we used to get the building permits is the cash. It would go through cash collections. When Kevin got here, he was doing journal entries instead. And I want to go back to cash collection because that's a way somebody can steal is when you do journal entries. So we want to go back to cash collections. And that was one of the write-ups that Kevin had and one of the reasons he had to move on. But we're going back to cash collections. But she had to go back for October and November and find every single one of them, and then put them all back into cash collections. And so that's what she's did, and that's why we're up to date right now.
Okay. Very
So
good.
I just wanted to clarify, but we had to get the report in because we have to meet deadlines for the council meeting. Like, it has to be put in the
Sure.
Wednesday before, so
Okay.
we're all caught up now.
Well, thank you. Good work. All right. Anything else?
The general fund expenditures are under budget at 66% compared to 75% target.
Okay.
Moving on to the water, sewer, stormwater fund, the total revenue is 70.2% of the budget, which is slightly under the target percent. It's my understanding that we should see an increase in revenue through the summer months, and we're still comparable to the year-to-date of 2022. Miscellaneous is quite higher because it includes the taxable interest, and that income is $91,000. So if you see it right there, that 91,000 in miscellaneous, that's taxable interest income.
And you said tax pool interest? Is that what
What
you
you
said?
get in interest for your check, where you put your money in.
Yeah, right. I
your
knew that,
interest.
but we got $91,000.
So far, yes. So the interest is doing pretty well this year.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's usually a
Very
lot
low.
smaller,
Yeah.
so that's why I was surprised. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Expenditures percentage overall are lower than the target
right.
percentage.
All right.
The community center fund, the hotel motel tax are low because as of June 30, we haven't received the quarterly payments yet, since it's not due until July 20th.
Okay.
So we haven't received anything
Okay.
yet. The total expenditures are comparable to where we were last year. For economic community development, sales tax is the same, it's the exact same reason as general fund. We are 2 months behind, and we'll catch up at the end of the year with accruals. And now contractual is lower because of the 4th of July expenditures. We are making a journal entry to move the payments that we did from the special event department back to the EDC, but it hasn't happened there. That's why
Okay.
you see that it's very low compared to what we have budgeted.
Okay.
Impound lot revenues are at 75%, which they are aligned with the target percentage.
Just a comment, we're doing a lot better on the impound lot this year than we did last year.
Yes, and we have
for
an
sure.
auction coming up.
Yeah.
Now, the last one, red light cameras. Red light camera revenue is at 85.5, and the tier 1 and tier 2 align with the target percentage of 75%. So if you have any questions.
Okay, yes, I have, Mr. Campos has a question. Yes, sir, go ahead, please.
Ms. Green, thank you for doing this presentation, and thank you for answering my questions beforehand. I had a lot of the questions you had, Mayor,
Good.
and I
Thank you.
talked to her beforehand. That way we wouldn't take up more time during this, so I thank you for that.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
All right, next is presentation 3.3, and I'd like to, maybe after this presentation, I know we have 2 gentlemen that are waiting out there on the building and health inspector. Maybe we could move them up. Is there anybody else that we need to move up that's here? I know we've been trying to do that. Oh, I know, Sandra, you don't like to do
Their
that.
consent agenda is the veterans.
The veterans, okay, all right. Anyway, just for your consideration, if you'd like, we can move it up, but presentation 3.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action. Should we continue this to another meeting, because this was Mr. Bradshaw's request?
It's up to y'all. I mean, the council, or Mr. Bradshaw, and I think Councilor
requested
Stevens
this.
seconded him. They wanted just a presentation on what Adopt-A-Spot was. So if you want to wait for Mr. Bradshaw to come back, that's up to you. It's not a pressing matter, so.
We can just wait.
Just
Okay.
wait? Okay, so we'll move that one then. Okay, and, I'm sorry? To the next meeting, please? Yeah, that'd be fine. So anyway, I was just going to ask the indulgence of my colleagues to move regular agenda items 7.3 and 7.4 up, since the gentlemen are waiting. And I guess before that, on the consent agenda, does anyone want to remove consent agenda item 6.5 for discussion? This is the in-kind grant for the September 11th ceremony.
Well, why don't y'all just take up the consent agenda?
Okay, well, okay, 6.1 to 6.5, any council members want to discuss any of those items?
I
We
make
can
a
move them
motion
out
we
and
approve
discuss.
as presented.
Approved as presented? Matt, all right, we have a second. I have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Stevens to approve the consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. So, Mr. Wood, your in-kind grant has been approved. All righty, thank you so much, and we'll see you on September 11th. All righty. All righty. Yes, thank you. Do appreciate it. All righty.
Mayor, one
Yes.
more item.
Uh-huh.
So 7.2 is going to be removed. We got down to 3 homeless encampments, and they can all be covered in this year's budget, so there's no need for the budget adjustment. So Melinda's requested to not hear that item this evening.
So we're going to remove 7.2?
Correct.
Okay.
I guess after it got out, people moved their stuff, so we're down to 3.
Okay, yeah, it was 9. Yeah, okay. So without objection from my colleagues, then we'll move 7.3 and then 7.4, since we do have both of the gentlemen here on the awarding the request for proposals. So 7.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action to award the request for proposals for building inspector, and we have Dr. Caldera here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Okay, so y'all heard this item at the last meeting, and so I decided to separate building and health inspections. And so we're going to take a look at building inspections first. Oops. So again, the purpose of this item is to request an RFP, the request for proposals to evaluate the building inspection. Y'all heard it on June 20th. I decided to separate both the items. The RFP was advertised in the Helotes Echo. We sent out 16 invitations to other building inspectors, hoping that they would submit a proposal. The proposals opened on May 15th. You had a committee review the proposals, and that included the planning and zoning director, the public works assistant director, the police chief and fire chief. We received 2 proposals or 2 responses to our RFP. One was BB Inspection, and the other was Bureau Veritas. Based on the criteria ranking, BB Inspections came in first, Bureau Veritas came in second. This is how the ranking came out for both of these after staff did the evaluation. I went back and contacted Bureau Veritas and BB Inspections. Basically, it looks like both companies have the ability to have all the applicable certifications. The difference I saw between BB Inspections and Bureau Veritas is BB Inspections has dedicated staff, whereas Bureau Veritas has a team. And when I did contact other people that have worked with Bureau Veritas in the past and BB Inspections, they said the biggest difference between the two is with Bureau Veritas, sometimes you get different inspectors, and sometimes the inspectors tell applicants different things. And so they have some conflict there at times. So that was the only thing negative that was noted with Bureau Veritas, other than the cost. So if you take a look at the cost, BB Inspections was a lot cheaper than Bureau Veritas, but both companies had great experience. They all work with local municipalities. Again, the only problem that we saw with Bureau Veritas is sometimes the inspectors miscommunicated. So those are just the fees that were outlined. These are Bureau Veritas. Bureau Veritas's fees have tiers and stuff for commercial. BG's is a little bit more flat fee reviewed. There's the building inspectors for Bureau Veritas. BB Inspections has the City of Helotes, Cibolo, and Windcrest, and Bureau Veritas has Lockhart, Hondo, and the Port Authority of San Antonio. And they have a laundry list. They have more cities. We just included a few. And then just a little bit of background. BB Inspections has been around since 1991. And Bureau Veritas claims to have been around since the 1800s.
Oh, wow.
And so, but they're all over. They're a national type company, and they've been around a long time.
Okay.
So the staff recommended on June 20th that you went with BB Inspections for building review. I agree with that assessment.
Okay, very good. All right. Any questions, comment? And I believe
And Bruce BJ's here.
BJ is here. Hi. Good evening and welcome.
Hi.
Hi. How are you doing? Any questions for Dr. Caldera or BJ? All right. Very good. And there's no questions, comments. May I have a motion and a second to approve?
Yeah, and I think my comment on this one would just be it's obvious. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah,
These rates are significantly better. So with that, I will make a motion to approve this item as presented.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion by Counselor Stevens and a second by Counselor Orozco to approve the building inspector as recommended by Dr. Caldera and the team that recommended him. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
We continue to work with you, BJ. Thank you.
And I'll be bringing back the contract so y'all can review the contract.
Okay, very good. And the next one is 7.4, presentation, discussion, and possible action on awarding the request for proposal for a health inspector. And Dr. Caldera, I know you did some additional research on this one.
Absolutely. So again, we took a look at the health inspector bid award. The council reviewed this bid on June 20th. They asked me to go back and take a look at the proposals. The same thing, this went out in the Helotes Echo, as well as we sent out 16 invitations. We opened the bids on May 15th. It was the same committee that reviewed the health inspector as they did the building inspection. We received 3 proposals for this, BB Inspections, Bureau Veritas, and Stephen Borowski. There was a criteria, and based on the criteria that was provided, BB Inspection, Stephen Borowski, and Bureau Veritas, that was the order it came out in. Let me see. Oh, no, I guess I didn't include it. So I guess I accidentally deleted the staff's criteria, but the staff had a criteria. That was the ranking that came out from the staff's criteria. I went and did my own evaluation. So there were some discrepancies on the points, and what I can see is that some of the staff rated the company's experience, and some of the staff rated the person that was doing the inspections experience. And so that was the variation in the points that I saw. So if you take a look at company experience, BB Inspections has been around longer than Borowski, and Bureau Veritas has been around a lot longer than any of them. If you look at staff experience, Borowski has been around for 45 years. The person that would be dedicated to BB Inspections would have been 46 years, but you're signing your contract with BB Inspections, which means if they could get somebody in with only 5 years of experience. And so that could replace that person if that were to happen, because your contract's being done with the company, not with the person designated to that. So that's the one big difference on the experience. You really want to take a look at the company experience so much as the staff experience. But with Borowski, he's the one and only. So you're only ever going to really get him. Staff availability, again, we have dedicated staff person. BB Inspections has 2 backup people. Mr. Borowski only has 1. And then Bureau Veritas has 5 various people. Again, same kind of concept. You can get different inspectors. Borowski was the lowest when it came to health inspections. The next lowest was BB Inspections, and Bureau Veritas was the highest. References, Borowski didn't have any, and we thought it was like more of an incomplete fill out of the RFP proposal, but that's not the case. He doesn't do work for any other cities. We're his only city. BB Inspections did have other cities that he works for that he does health inspections for, and they gave him a good review, and as well as Bureau Veritas. Here are the fees that were outlined by BB Inspections. Everything was basically $125. This is the only thing that varies when we're comparing proposals, is event review, which is like the 4th of July. He would be charging $125 an hour. So if he comes out and only spends 2 hours there, he would just only charge for the 2 hours. Whereas Borowski for temporary food booths charges us $30 per booth. So if we have 50 booths, right, it would be 50 times the 30. So that's the biggest difference in comparison if you're trying to compare apples to apples. Mm-hmm. Everything else, Borowski is the cheapest. I think his highest cost is $85. Where we see the most is on the food establishment commercial and the food establishment service, and then certificates of occupancy. So if you're trying to take a look, when I compared as far as pricing, I took a look at certificate of occupancies because we do that more, as well as food establishments, and he's at 85, and BB Inspections is at 125. And these are just the rest of his fees. Bureau Veritas, again, charges like a tier. Their minimum cost is like $76 for like the small type, commercial type businesses. They have a minimum of $150 plan. Oh, that's their plan review. Hold on. There's another one there. Mobile food and permits are $150. So BB Inspections and Mr. Borowski are cheaper than Bureau Veritas. Oh, here's the staff evaluation.
Okay.
So if you take a look, this was the staff's evaluation based on that criteria. And so I went ahead and did an assessment of the staff's criteria. And so evaluating the scores and interviewing, I sat down both with BB Inspections and Steve Borowski. BB had not called me back. They have since called me back. But when I took a look at qualifications, I think staff rated experience based on individual, not the company, and the contract is with the company, not the individual. So BB Inspections did have more reputable references other than that of in that particular category. However, I don't think the point spread for that, when I took a look at their point spread, if you take a look 40 to 31, was correct. It wasn't justified. There was like 1 year difference between BB Inspections and Stephen Borowski. And so then you have a 10-point spread, which I don't think was necessarily justified. But again, I think it was inaccuracy, some looking at the company and some looking at staff experience. So I could see the difference in the point spread if they were looking at the company experience. If you take a look at the scope of work, BB Inspections RFP packet was well put together. The fee structures are more simplified than the other companies, and the point spread under the scope of work seemed appropriate. So if you go back and take a look at their point spread for this, I do believe that this point spread was correct. If you take a look at the proposals, the completeness, the thoroughness, the understanding of the project, if you, I know it was included in your packet, but BB Inspections did a really good job in presenting their information. Mr. Borowski just types it up on a couple of pieces of paper, staples it, and turns it in. So I do think that the point spread here was appropriate. The cost of work. Borowski had the lowest cost. Points, and I paid attention, like I said, BB Inspections for C of O is $125, and Borowski was $85. This is a 38% difference. If you took a look at the cost services, there was only a 3-point spread, which I couldn't come up with how they made the justification for that spread. If they were doing the spreads the same, then I would have the same spread on both areas, and I'm not seeing that. So I didn't necessarily agree with their point spread on the cost proposals. With Borowski, I would have given Borowski the full 25 points. Mm-hmm. The policies and procedures, the staff looked at the availability and the use of software programs played a big role in this score. Based on the information they had, they ranked appropriately. After I interviewed Steve Borowski, he said he's amenable to using My Permits now, that he doesn't have an issue with that. I think when we originally established My Permits now, it's hard to set up a category in the system, and the previous planning and zoning director really wasn't keen on doing that. And so I think that's a big reason why we've stayed paper with Stephen. But we're getting ready to move that forward. So he's agreed to move that forward. Also, availability was a big key factor when they came up with point spread. Planning and zoning didn't know Stephen had a backup, so anytime he was going on vacation for the last year, they were just holding on to those health inspections. And so he has a backup when he's out of town. So he's listed a backup in his RFP.
Okay.
So here are the clients listed. Steve didn't have any, but again, BB Inspections and Bureau Veritas did. And then again, BB Inspections have been around a while, Bureau Veritas, and then Steve. The recommendation from staff on June 20th was to go with BB Inspections and to have me authorize that contract. Based on my administrative findings, I'm recommending that we remain with Mr. Borowski, and if he's unable to fulfill getting on the software system within 6 months and providing a backup while he's out of town, then we would move on to the second candidate, which would be BB Inspections. So that is my recommendation for this evening.
And how long has Mr. Borowski been with the city?
Since 2010.
2010. All right, thank you. Any other questions on this request for a proposal? All right.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we go with the city manager's recommendation.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Martinez to award the request for proposal for health inspector to Steve Borowski as recommended by Dr. Caldera. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Well, we have a hand up. Go ahead, Mr. Mata, I'm sorry. And Steve, come on up, introduce yourself too. Sometimes we're a little quick here, but we do want to hear from you. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate Crystal's transparency on this. And I just want to highlight the fact that I think the city needs to get serious about this whole RFP process, because there are just some things that came across very misleading. And I think she's kind of addressed this here, but I think you guys need to know the full story. And I feel like there was some manipulation or games being played, and I think that's been clarified. And again, I appreciate Crystal doing her best to clarify that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just so I can,
Yes.
we're going to be discussing the RFQ process on Saturday.
That's right. And Mr. Borowski, good evening and welcome, and thank you for being here. And what would you like to say?
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Manager. I certainly appreciate the city manager taking her time to sit down and discuss my RFP submittal. Yes, it was simpler than others there. I am my own business. I have been the city's business for the last 13 years. My clients are private businesses that I've done food safety counseling with, food safety management plans for, like Frontier Corporation, La Familia, which is Mi Tierra, and they're a company in restaurants, and a small winery in Bulverde. So since they were personal clients, I did not list them as a reference or a business. So I do certainly thank the city manager for taking her time to sit down with that. As I said, you're getting basically 49 years of experience in food safety and sanitation from my 20 years in the military, my state time and everything. So I appreciate the time to have me come up and give a word for myself and to say thank you.
Well, we look forward to your partnership with the city. Thank you. All right, so let's vote. Yes.
I have
Any
one
further-
question.
Yes.
Crystal, where are RFPs on the website?
They're under, I don't have any listed right now, but they're under the finance page. There's an art section for finance.
Okay, because I looked today or
I
yesterday.
don't have
today.
any right now. I don't have any listed because we're going to go over the RFP process on Saturday, so I don't have any listed until we can nail down what the process is. We're currently reviewing the engineer, but we've already closed that, and we have 90 days to make a selection, so that one's already moving forward with its own process, but we're going to discuss a process on Saturday.
Okay, but it should be very easy for the public to be able to click one button and know where RFP is.
When we listed the health and building inspector, it was on the homepage for.
Yeah, so on the top banner, you can go under government or community, and there's bids, RFPs, one click, and it takes you to all the open ones. None are listed if they're closed. That's done on purpose because then you cannot bid on it afterwards. But we do also have the financial transparency page of the finance department, rather, under purchasing, where the bid tabulations are.
Okay, very
Okay,
good. Thank you, Crystal. All right. So let's vote on this. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
We already
haven't
voted on this, right?
No, we haven't voted because we had more discussion.
okay.
So
I just wanted to thank Chris. I reached out after this just with a lot of questions and some concerns as well, just because Mr. Mata had raised some things with me. And I firmly believe, and it's great that Mr. Bars, I'll destroy your name probably, but that you came and joined us. It's kind of, it's nice to meet you. It's probably a good thing that we haven't met you in the past. Otherwise, there would probably be an issue with a business or with you yourself. And I firmly believe that when it comes to these type of things, especially when the price is better, but that if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm pleased that, we kind of took this route. So.
All right, very good. So we do have a motion and a second to approve Mr. Barkowski as our health inspector. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you, Steve. All right, so then we're going to move back to announcements on page 1 by the mayor and council. Before I give my announcements, didn't know, but Mr. Stevens had a birthday. Oh my gosh, just what you wanted, right? Wednesday, July the 12th, and I think he's the youngest one on this board. But anyway, could y'all join me in wishing him a happy and singing a happy birthday? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Josh. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Wonderful. So, I hope you had a good day. July 12th. All right. Announcements by the mayor and council. We didn't have any last month, so I looked at those and I'm like, oh, those are all obsolete now. So let me go on. I just wanted to let you know that I had a call from Mr. Reyna at the Bexar County about a month ago, actually, and the city of Leon Valley was awarded the CDBG grant for the sewer main replacement at Hidden Meadow Apartments on Wurzbach. And I'm not sure how much that was, Dr. Caldera, about 250,000, something like that?
No, it was like 1 point something. Our part is 250.
Okay, our part is 250, but theirs is, okay, that's where I got the 250. So anyway, so that's great. I really appreciate staff applying, and I got really good kudos from the county saying what a wonderful staff we have and how easy they are to work with. So congratulations and thank you for that. Well, we've been in the paper about the homeless, and just a follow-up. Melinda set a meeting after the last meeting, it was June 15th, and the good news is that it's just not our issue. It's a countywide issue. And so we had a really good discussion of about 15 different people representing the county, the city, nonprofits, you name it, all coming together and educating ourselves on what we can do to help people who are unsheltered. And the first thing is trying to find them a place to live. And that's a real hard issue. But we did reach out to Judge Sakai at the county, and he is going to, the Commissioner's Court's going to look into trying to delineate or set aside some money for the suburban cities on housing. And also another issue is to have an outreach coordinator, somebody that will work with the homeless. So anyway, these are all little seeds that we've planted, and we will, bring those back as soon as they come to fruition. I've asked the judge if we could put it on one of the mayor's meetings when we meet as a countywide board, because again, it's not just Leon Valley, it's all the suburban cities and the city and the county that are all having these issues. I think a lot of it is something that came up was evictions. People have been evicted. Those have increased since the pandemic has concluded, and so there's more families that are homeless as well, and that's really sad. But the Haven for Hope takes families as a priority. 1,600 people a day at the Haven for Hope, and they're completely full. So we do have an issue, and so we'll try to work together collaboratively to see what we can do on that. The next is heat and humidity. Please be safe. I have a personal experience with my daughter. About 10 years ago, was biking in Washington State, and it was 109 degrees, and she had a heat stroke. And once you have a heat stroke, you don't really ever recover from it, because last summer she was just out at the pool and she got overheated and went into and had to go to the hospital again. So just please be safe. It's heat cramps, heat exhaustion, and then heat stroke. So it's just a varying degree, but just keep safe. I don't know about you, but I keep water in my car with me all the time, and wear hats and try not to do strenuous exercise in the middle of the day. So this heat is unprecedented, as we all know. So please keep safe. And I know if you need EMS, they'll be there, right, Chief? And do you still have fans if people need fans? Yes, if you need a fan, maybe your air conditioning's out, contact the police, fire department. They have fans that they can help you cool your home. All right, and last but not least, I just want to thank our dedicated staff for the fantastic 4th of July celebration. Everything just went like a Swiss watch, Dr. Caldera. It really did. And I thought that was interesting when you and I met this past week, and she sent us all that picture from the drone. And so Dr. Caldera said that they had a team of staff members, and they each took a little quadrant of the picture, and they counted it up, and the estimated attendance was 20,100. Is that right? So isn't that awesome? Yeah. So, but we're kind of at our max. Is that what you were telling me, right? So anyway, but thank you. It was wonderful. And what was really, I was so grateful for is that we had 4 lost kids. They were all found. And we had a few heat-related illnesses. But other than that, we really had a very successful event. So thank you. And all of you, I know, I'm looking at so many of the staff members that were there from sunup to sundown till midnight and whatnot. So thank you very much.
A recap of the August 18th meeting, but if you'd like to see that picture the mayor's talking about, it's now hanging in the hallway.
Okay.
So we blew it
All
up.
right.
It's in one of
So-
the frames in the hallway. Huh? Oh, yeah, it's Finding Waldo.
Okay, sounds good. So anyway, I was going to ask Mr. Stevens, would you like to go next since you're the birthday person today? Would you like to give the next
I
announcement?
mean, I don't really have much to say. I am curious, the 20,100, does that
Yeah.
count the people that were under pavilions?
Oh, that's
Oh,
a
not on the
good
street.
point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
And again, I don't trust Rokas counting. He goes 1, 10, 15, so you got to take it for what it's worth.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I would, again, like the July 4th was excellent. I mean, there's so many unforeseeable possibilities.
know.
And I think that it went as well as it possibly probably could have, from my perspective at least. And so I hope that we continue to, expand, well, maybe not expand a whole lot more, but continue to just provide that to the community. Because I know so many people in the community and I've said this before, but that's truly their one interaction with government out of the whole year. And so I know it's important for people, and it's a good time. People have fun. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Do appreciate that. All right, I'll come over to my right and ask Mr. Orozco if you'd like to make an announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo what you had said. And I want to thank the staff. They did a fantastic job in 4th of July. And they're counting the people that are in the area. I left early, and so I could watch it from my house. But there were people all over the place. As I was getting to Pavona Place, DPS office area was full of people with their chairs sitting out there, and all the way up into St. John, waiting for fireworks to go on. So those weren't being counted. And I also want to echo that about the heat stroke. Having to had one, it doesn't take much to happen again, and I'm feeling the effects right now for having to get one. So yeah, be safe out there.
Yes, thank you so much. Mr. Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to wish our citizens, great summer. Want them to stay safe, stay out of the heat.
Yeah.
Again, echo everyone, thank you for the staff for the great 4th of July event. It was my first time as a councilman, and I really did enjoy it. So thank you all for that.
Wonderful, great. And Mr. Martinez, last but not least.
Well, tonight, we received this postcard. There was a Bandera Road community meeting held tonight from 5:30 to 7:30 at Woodlawn Theater. Right?
Really?
Since we were here, I guess we couldn't be at the same place.
I'd like to see that, yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
She can keep it.
I didn't-
Tomorrow at lunchtime, the Northwest San Antonio Chamber is having their luncheon, and it's going to be at the Hyatt Regency on 151. And like Mr. Orozco said, there's a lot of people that watch this down Bandera. I've heard people tell me that, Bandera was a big parking lot. There were people parked all over watching the fireworks. We're the only, other than San Antonio having their event at Woodlawn Lake, we are the only suburban city that has a fireworks show. SeaWorld has one, Six Flags does, but other than that, Kerrville has one, and I think Fredericksburg, but here in the San Antonio metro area, we're the only small city that has a firework show, and that tells our good leadership in our city. And you know, we've done a lot of firsts, and you know, having this is a big event for our city. And let's see. And just for fun, the kids weren't lost. They knew where they were at. The parents were the ones that were lost. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Dr. Caldera, your city manager's report, please.
So again, staff did an incredible job at the 4th of July event. I did post the pre-council city manager's report online, and I emailed it to y'all earlier, and it's outside as well. That's it.
Thank you.
Hope to see you on Saturday.
See you on Saturday. For those of you that we keep saying Saturday, 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock is the coffee with the mayor and council, and then following that is the city council annual retreat. We'll start that, and it'll be at the conference center. So please come. We've already approved the consent agenda, so let's go to 7.1. Regular agenda, presentation and discussion of an ordinance amending ordinance 2022-51, which approved various budget adjustments for FY 2022-2023 carryover projects to reallocate FY 2022 unused American Rescue Plan funds back to the ARP fund and budget for additional capital expenditures. And we have our finance director back. Oh,
well, I'm just for
Okay,
the sake of
yes.
time. So this is really just a house cleaning item.
Housekeeping,
You have
yeah.
already voted to pay for both the fire trucks. We just have to do the ordinance to authorize to pay for the $793,000, that first fire truck, and the $1.4 million fire truck. So this is a house cleaning item that the council already voted on. This is just the budget adjustment to be able to do that.
Okay, but it's a first read, so there's no vote.
Vote,
And so I'm
correct.
going to assume that we would want to put it in the consent agenda for the next meeting.
Yeah.
All righty, very good. Thank you, Dr. Caldera, and thank you, Carol. We'll just move on then. Appreciate that. And we are passing 7.2 as per this city manager's announcement. And we're moving then to agenda 7.5, presentation and discussion of an ordinance authorizing a fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget adjustment in the amount of $150,000 to the Economic Development Department to provide funding for the 0% interest business loan program. And this is the first read as required by city charter. But we did approve the LIFT fund
This is just
already
the
in
budget
April.
transfer.
So
It's almost the same thing, yes.
Right, okay, another kind of housekeeping
Yeah.
item. Mr. Salinas, please continue. Thank you and
Oh, it
welcome.
is a house cleaning item. It's just basically, we've approved the program in March. We did not transfer the money over, so we're doing that now.
And we're transferring it from the reserve fund of the...
From
of
the reserve fund, yes.
Economic Development, Community Development to the general fund. And when we do that, what would our balance be in that? You don't have to...
I have to go look, but
yeah.
it's probably going to be closer to the high twos, maybe low threes.
Okay,
In that
all right.
area, yes.
So that's with the $150,000 taken out. So
Yes,
that's
and
the balance.
I have it in my notes somewhere here. If I get it out and the rest
I
before the
appreciate
meeting's
that.
over, I'll let
All
you know.
right. So, any questions for Mr. Salinas? If not, then there's not a vote, and if it's general consensus, we'll move it to the consent agenda for the next meeting. All right, thank you. Moving then to 7.6, presentation to discussion on an ordinance amending Chapter 4, Business Regulations, Section 4.03, Alcoholic Beverages, by adding 4.03.050, Bring Your Own Beer, BYOB establishment. I always thought that was Bring Your Own Bottle. Is that right?
Oh.
Or is it just limited to beer? That's
No,
what I...
this item will be all alcoholic beverages.
All alcohol. I just wanted to clarify that. All right, Mr. Salinas, thank you. And if you'll continue, thank you.
Sure. So this is an ordinance that we will be doing some changes to. We will not be requiring an SUP. We will be requiring a permit by council, to authorization by council. So this ordinance will change in the second read.
Okay.
So it's essentially, we're following suit to a lot of our larger cities. Houston is doing something similar, and a lot of their surrounding cities as well. So we're basically requiring we're going to have to issue a permit for BYOB establishments that do not have a TABC permit. In doing so, we essentially want all businesses to have a TABC license. It just creates a better safety aspect of it. There's more responsibility on the businesses to make sure that people are not being overserved, and people are being a little safer in the evening when they do leave the establishment. So that is the reason for the ordinance here. It would not apply to a resident, a veterans organization, a church, a farmer's market, a bingo facility, or banquet hall. These are our current exemptions. Again, this process will change in the second read, so we'll have an authorization per council to issue those temporary license for establishments to have BYOB. In the second read, we'll come back and bring you a different version of that. It will not require an SUP. It will require an authorization of council, temporary permit with that. Okay. You would need a permit. There's going to be some requirements. Obviously, you cannot be under the age of 21. Any establishment cannot have a suspension by TABC. Any owner, business owner, partner, any employee. Again, we want to ensure that the people that are allowing alcohol consumption are responsible and don't have prior history of violations with TABC and just are trying to get around that TABC requirement. In this process, we had given a temporary permit for 90 days, and they would have to come back and reapply. Again, in speaking to our city attorney, we're going to make some changes to make sure that it's a little bit more clear on what we need to be doing. And again, this process will also change a little bit in the process of establishing a new ordinance for requirements of BYOB. But we're basically bringing it forward to see if we can get some feedback from the council as well. This is the first read, so the second read will change significantly.
Okay, very good. Yes, Dr. Caldera, go ahead.
So the way we structured this, we've been having some issues with some facilities that have BYOB. And so what we're trying to do is, one, trying to get businesses geared towards getting a TABC license. The way this is written is that they would only be allowed to get a temporary permit from the council. They can apply for 4 consecutive ones for 90 days. That's open to y'all. You can do, so that's where we need some feedback from. Do you want to do temporary 90 days for 4 consecutive? Do you want to do a temporary for 12 months? Do you want to have an option to allow BYOB? So like Leon Valley Cafe was BYOB, you can bring your own wine, and we didn't really have any issues with them. But I have some other business establishments that have some serious issues with BYOB, and they're causing some issues for our police department. So we need to come up with either some sort of regulation where the council, since council's approving the permit, maybe y'all only approve it for people that serve food, restaurant type establishments, like an indefinite BYOB maybe, or y'all stick with the temporary 90-day for up to the 4 consecutive, which would give them a year. And don't allow people that don't serve food BYOB, to authorize that permit. So we just need a little bit of guidance on how y'all want to authorize that, and just kind of want to hear from y'all a little bit.
I had a question though. Then they have to apply for the TABC license?
I'm not saying they have to do anything. We're hoping that will force their hand to get a TABC license.
Okay, that's the goal.
Right.
Okay.
What's happening is you have responsible people that'll take a bottle of wine and share it, with the table of 3 or 4. What's happening are people are taking cases of beer, downing them, and then leaving the facility. Well, the establishments don't have liability because they're not serving it, so they're leaving their facility. Not able to directly.
If someone's intoxicated at a TABC facility, they can get cut off, and then that stops. Here you can just walk in. That's not happening at BYOB.
And some of your businesses that are allowing the BYOB are close to your neighborhoods, and so my fear is somebody's going to get. We're just waiting for an issue to happen, and so we're that was my kind of perspective on it, but I'm willing to hear from y'all and kind of what y'all's thoughts are.
Okay. Yes, I don't understand about the TABC, like how long it takes and how much it costs.
And that's
but
why
is
we're doing the 90 days. So
Yeah.
you remember Henry's Puffy Tacos?
Yeah.
It took them 6 months to get their TABC. They wanted a TABC license.
Well, and
so they started serving food, but they allowed BYOB until they got their license.
Okay.
But it took them 6 months. Leon Valley Cafe was
took
in the
them a
process,
year.
but it took them a year to get their license.
Right.
So that's why we thought a year was a good
All right, very good. Thank you for that clarification. Yes, Mr. Stevens, go ahead, please.
So one of my questions was, do we have any currently operating BYOB facilities? And so I imagine the ones that are currently operating, they have an SUP?
So what happened was y'all you allowed outdoor entertainment and indoor entertainment without the use of an SUP. So I have one business establishment that challenged their SUP to allow the BYOB. So and because of that, right, the SUP dropped off because it's no longer allowed. We got an attorney opinion. They don't have to follow that. And so they've been allowing BYOB, and it's getting, I'm not going to call it.
So they don't have an SUP though? Because my concern was, are they grandfathered in, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like
So
they got an SUP, they have an SUP,
So
and now we're adding more regulations.
No. So the SUP required them the SUP they had required them to close at 2 a.m. That's the next one you're going to see.
Okay, yeah.
Now they're open till 5 in the morning because their SUP no longer applies.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, cool.
So the BYOB issue here is I have somebody that's coming in that y'all will that is looking at coming in that will cause a major problem.
Okay, so I want to I have another question. Unintended consequences of this.
Sure.
So for example, we currently offer our community center and conference center for rent. We would have to have this.
So no, we don't fall under the same guidelines as.
But if we were a business, we would have to have this.
Yes.
And so my concern is that other businesses that are in the area that operate somewhat as similar to our conference center and community center would fall under the same. Okay, so it's really not practical for like a party place that has baby showers or whatever to go and apply to the TABC, especially if they're not operating. Because then you got all these. Then they're going to have to be TABC certified. They're going to have employees there all the time.
Their exemption is on there already. It's B6.
Oh, okay. So a banquet hall.
Yes.
Does that have a definition?
We can be more we can be more transparent on that if you want more specific. But I mean, banquet hall, wedding reception is kind of what we have out there as well. And the SUP, we've never had. I don't think we've ever had an SUP requirement for BYOB. It was mostly for time regulation. But I mean, that business that came in was approved in 2020, 2021 by the council. They came up here twice. So the BYOB is adding more issues than, we're anticipating. It may not have a lot to do with the removal of the SUP on the entertainment indoors. It's just the fact that we didn't have a BYOB establishment. A lot of cities are going in this direction because they're trying to skirt that TABC requirement. That's really what they're trying to do.
Okay, so I do have some concerns with having it limited to 90-day temporaries. I think that may be appropriate, maybe like for a new business or something, that maybe just to kind of test the waters. But there comes a point when like a business and you had mentioned the Comfort Cafe in the past was BYOB, I guess all the time, right? Like they didn't have a 90-day.
Leon Valley Cafe was BYOB.
Or I'm sorry, not Leon Valley Cafe was
a
BYOB facility. And so you're going to have these places that probably are doing an adequate job, or they don't have the problems, at least.
That's why my question is maybe food establishments, because that's where I don't see the
maybe
issue.
food establishments.
So so the problems are with non-food establishments?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do they do? Are they event venues?
I'd be calling out business.
Yeah, we would be calling out a business, and I don't know if it's appropriate.
I'm sorry, we've been calling out a business?
I'd be putting a business.
I see.
Well, what industry do they do?
So we've got vaping, hookah smoking. I have an adult entertainment.
Okay,
that
see,
was
so that's
making it.
important to know. I mean, I understand.
We have a tattoo parlor shop. There's tattoo places that allow you to BYOB while you're getting your session done. You've got, so we don't have tattoo parlor issues right now. You could.
So then you have another problem. So I also think of and again, I don't women go and get their hair done at places and they provide them wine, right?
But that's not
certain things.
That's not BYOB. They have TABC license. When I go get my nails done, I'm offered a glass of wine. They have a TABC license.
Okay.
And it's hanging on their wall.
Okay, I understand. Cool. So I'm assuming that the staff has thought through all the what ifs of
I try to. I mean, I don't take a 6-pack of beer when I go get my nails done. They offer me a drink. They have a TABC license.
And this ordinance is very similar to what the city of Houston has done. So I mean, we've looked at other cities.
Okay.
As well.
So is this limited to the proper? Okay. So if you're in a strip center, I'm not going to single out any businesses because I don't know anything, but a vape shop that's in the strip center, and is this limiting them to consumption of alcohol within that one business?
Correct.
The
Within that
closed-in portion.
Correct.
What about what about the outside parking lot around the exterior?
So you don't have you do no longer need an SUP for outside entertainment, but you cannot have, you're not supposed to, TABC laws prevent you, and we can check with the chief, but
What
prevent
if-
you from
so-
having alcohol in a parking, we can't.
So what if, like, me and Eric just go tailgate in the parking lot and start drinking a bunch of beers?
And the
I don't
property
know what
manager
that
can
is.
probably call the police on you. That's not a business.
I mean, I don't know I don't know the laws of
Okay.
alcohol in a
All
parking
right.
lot.
Mr. Martinez had a comment, and then Mr. Campos, and then Mr. Roscoe.
Can you just?
You can do that, but the property owner's probably.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so
You
they
can
could
do that, but the property owner's probably gonna tell you, get out of his parking lot.
Okay, I see. I'm worried that there might be unintended consequences for
Well,
this.
the unintended consequence of not requiring an SUP for indoor entertainment. I didn't want to go back and say, we have a problem, let's add the SUP back. I was trying not to be a
Right.
knee-jerk reaction.
Well,
So
and
I'm
that's
trying
why
to-
it's appropriate to think from the front end and just carve out the banquet halls, which will be applicable, I am sure, to a
And
lot
so
of
we
things.
could add food establishments whose primary function serves food
Mm-hmm.
as an exempted use,
Mm-hmm.
if that's something you want to consider.
Possibly.
Thoughts?
Yeah, because a vape shop does not serve
Food.
food.
Their primary
Yeah,
function
so
is
that
not
would be, yeah. All right.
Serve food.
Primary.
They'll start serving food.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Martinez, you had a question, if there's not any other follow-up?
Good, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
It was
Mr.
my
Martinez?
understanding, I
And then
could be
Mr.
wrong, but it was my understanding that the BYOB policy was for a restaurant that didn't have a liquor license, that you could bring in your own bottle of wine or a couple of beers.
Restaurants, it's any business. Any business can allow a BYOB.
That's what they were saying, vape businesses are allowing
Okay,
people to bring
but-
in their own.
But there, you're
Alcohol.
only limited to, like if it's a restaurant, you can bring your own beer, but once you finish the meal, then you gotta leave. If you're getting a service done, once that service is done, you're out of there. You can't bring your beer and continue drinking all night long. It's not a party house.
There's nobody to enforce or handle that.
Okay.
So if there's nobody to enforce the law, then how are we going to enforce it if we pass this ordinance?
Because I enforce it with the business owner. We enforce it with the business owner. So they're the ones that get the calls. We've had issues, they get the calls, and if they don't have a permit from the council showing that they have authorization to have a BYOB permit, they get shut down. And so the problem with individual people drinking, there's plenty of times at Leon Valley Cafe, I've gone and people were finishing their bottle of wine after they finished their meal, they
Yeah,
didn't kick them out.
sure.
I don't have police patrolling each of the restaurants to determine whether or not they living up to BYOB standards. But we get the call, the police department get the calls for the people that are allowing BYOB and it's getting out of hand, multiple service calls. And so that's what spurred us trying to fix the issue without changing the whole SUP
process, yeah.
just fixing the one little problem. And to me, if you want to add restaurants, because to be honest with you, I don't really have a serious issue with the because you're eating too as you're drinking,
Yeah.
so maybe that's not the problem. It's the other type uses. So maybe you add that as a caveat in your exceptions. But I just need some feedback from you.
I agree with that.
I would agree with
Yeah. Mr. Campos?
I would be in favor of only allowing the permits for establishments that have primarily food and not all the way to 4. Maybe limited to 2, maybe 3 consecutive if they come in. That would be my recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Roscoe, you have a
Yes,
comment on
ma'am.
this?
I have a question. How long does it take to get a liquor license?
It just depends. So I remember
6 months to a year.
Yeah, I remember Henry's Puffy Tacos took about 6 months. Leon Valley Cafe took almost
No,
a year.
they never got a license,
got
but it
one. I'm
was,
sorry,
it was
Vanya.
Next Gen took a year.
Next Gen took a year. So
Yeah, and I'm okay with it. I know I've heard from other people that it takes about a year as well. Sometimes it's taking even longer due to some legal establishment that they're trying to get as far as the section and area. But I'm okay with the 3 months or maybe extend it up for the 4 times that, I guess that would equal a year, every 3 months.
4 times a week. We're
Yeah.
trying to get to the 12 months.
Yeah, you know, that's just, you know, just the history. That's the way the La Fogata started. They didn't have a liquor license, and they had bring your own booze. And now, I mean, it just grew up there on Vance Jackson.
Now they make a
And I'm
tournament
okay
out of
with, this originated from somebody they wanted to give out at a party, and I'm okay with that as well. You know, you want to do some champagne and wine, I don't see any reason why they cannot with that.
That's fine.
And do you agree with just adding the restaurant at the end on number 7? Mr. Orozco, adding a restaurant on number 7. I think you had thought it should be limited to places with food, so that was another question.
Well, I don't want to limit it to just food, because then that would take away from I wanted to be able to, whatever establishment will have a business, and for them to thrive, it will help for them to be able to serve or let their customers bring in alcohol or wine or champagne. So I don't want to just limit it to.
No, it being an exception.
No, this is an
If it's an
exception. Yeah,
well, then-
they don't have to do
Then
that.
I'll accept that, yes.
Okay.
Restaurants.
So
That
then
was
we'll
adding
we'll
restaurant,
add restaurant
yeah.
and the
Mhm.
definition for
Yeah.
what that is, and we'll add definitions to
I
what
see what you're
these
doing.
items
Yeah,
are.
right. It's an exception. Okay, Mr. Martinez, and then Mr. Stevens.
If it takes a year to get a license, how about, it's just a wild thought, have the permit good for 6 months with the one-time exception, and if they can justify that there is an active application for a TABC license, and it hasn't come through in, let's say, a year, one 30-day or 90-day exemption, and that's it. But, you know, that shouldn't have, if they're aggressively doing it, having to come in every 3 months, why not just make it every 6 months, 2 times, period, and then if they can prove that they've got the permits, you know, in work someplace, one additional, like, 30 or 90-day exemption, and that's it.
Okay.
If I can ask Mr. Martinez a question.
All right,
Yeah,
Mr.
and that's
Orozco.
okay, but what if they get their license in 3 months and they've already paid for 6 months? Do we give them the money back?
No.
Why not? They're not utilizing it anymore. So I'm okay with going with the 3 months and just,
Okay, let me ask the other council members. Mr. Stevens, what are you thinking? Mr. Campos?
So I'm thinking about the small event venues that we have and how the temporary. Okay, so I understand the objective is to push people into getting a TABC license.
right.
Do we know? And I just pulled up online. Do we know what type of permit type we want? For example, a small event venue. What type of TABC license would they apply for?
This ordinance would not apply to a small event venue. It is excluded under the banquet hall. So these
Okay,
under B, they would not require a BYOB permit along with
Okay,
things like
And
that.
a restaurant.
And
if
so
we
that's
add that.
assuming, okay,
Yeah.
so going back to carving out only restaurants, I guess I firmly believe that we should not just carve out only restaurants, but also include
Yeah.
the other,
So we have,
well, banquet hall
We
especially.
would just add it as a number 7.
yeah, we would add
add
restaurants to
food.
number 7. So are we okay with the first 6 that are on here?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just adding restaurant to number 7.
Mr. Campos, did you have something else?
So I just want to be clear. We're experiencing a problem within our community, okay, that is something other than a restaurant.
Right.
So why would we give them such a long period of time? Because they may never want to get a TABC license.
Correct, so they could just, but then their business model wouldn't be viable, and they probably wouldn't come
They
here.
could pull the permit too.
And so they could pull this permit for the four months or.
Revoke it. Maybe there needs to be conditions for revocation.
There is. So the way it's currently written,
there
the
it is,
planning
right
and
there.
zoning director and council have full discretion to revoke the SUP at any point for any reason.
And we keep using SUP because that's the original permit we were gonna use, but it's not gonna be an SUP, it's gonna be a BYOB permit, its own
Okay.
special permit.
All right.
I
Okay.
don't
Do you have
really
something
want
else? Okay. And so you wanted to update this, Yes, we will update it. And then bring it back for next, but we'll probably need to still talk about
We'll
it.
read
Is
it,
that
yes.
correct?
We'll do a
So it won't
second
go
read.
on the consent agenda, so we'll put it on the regular agenda. All right, yes, Mr. Martinez?
One comment about permit revocation. So here, zoning director can deny a permit, but then can they come back to city council and request a hearing?
Yes, that is part of the permit approval. If denied, an applicant may, number 4, an applicant with a denied permit to the director can submit an appeal in writing and request city council to overturn. A city council hearing will require 2 council members to hear the vote and put it on the agenda.
Okay,
That
that's
covers
reasonable. Okay, very good, thank you. I appreciate it. And I think you're still up for the next one, Mr. Salinas. Let's move on then to 7.7, presentation and discussion authorizing the City of Leon Valley City Council to amend the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, Business Regulations, by adding Section 4.13, Hours of Operation. And again, this is our first read, and Mr. Salinas, if you'll continue, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
So this is a ordinance to basically put an hour in operations in for all types of businesses in our city. The ordinance reads 2 or 2:30 a.m. and it cannot be open to the public for the designated purpose until 5 a.m. So the reason we wrote that language in there is that if you have a restaurant, you have a lot of people that are donut shops, right? They have to get up at 4, make the bread, start the cooking process. People are going to be there at 5 a.m. to pick up their food, pick up their donuts. We do not want to close it in general. We don't want it to be used for the designated purpose before 5 a.m. So that's the reason we decided to put that language in there. It's between 2:30 and 5 a.m. This would require an SUP by the council. So most of the businesses you're going to get here, you're going to be your Whataburgers, your gas stations, and they already have some of those. The same thing applies. They would have to apply with the director, come before the planning and zoning, and then come before council. Council has full discretion to revoke the SUP at any point for any reason. So again, same thing. If it turns out that it's not the proper thing, we can always revoke the thing and come back and close the establishment at 2 o'clock. That's pretty much it. Yes.
Are we having issues with businesses
Yes.
right
So
now?
it's a combination of both, where we have a BYOB staying open till about 5 or 6 in the morning.
Okay, so you're marrying
Yeah. So
these
what
two
we're
together.
trying to avoid is Leon Valley becoming the after hours spot,
I see.
where the clubs close, the bars close at 2, and then they come and continue drinking and partying, or not drinking, just in general partying until 5, 6, 7 in the morning.
Okay, all right, very good. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
So does this apply to all businesses? Or?
Yes.
Okay, so so QT is open 24 hours.
They
QT already has
an
an SUP.
And so
So Shipley's Donuts opens at 4 a.m.
They open for regular business?
They open for regular business
Okay,
at 4 a.m.
we can close the window to 4 a.m. That's fine.
Okay. I wonder, though, if we thought through all the other businesses that are open 24 hours, because there are a lot of businesses that operate overnight, like especially on the inside of 410.
You got Chacho's. We went through all of those. All of those businesses, including the one that kind of spurred this item, already have SUPs that allow them to be open past 2 a.m. The problem is that you have one particular business that they're under the guise of their SUP was indoor entertainment. And as part of the indoor entertainment, this council said you must close at 2 a.m. Well, now we don't allow an SUP for indoor entertainment, so they're saying we're staying open till 5 a.m.
So I just wonder how this can be weaponized in the past. So we've checked that every place, like, Raising Cane's this won't, but Whataburger, for example.
Whataburger, Taco
They have
Cabana,
an SUP.
They have an SUP
on file. So a future police chief that wants to be a little overzealous isn't going to come in.
I pulled the ones that I could remember: Taco Cabana, Chacho's down the street, Whataburger.
The gas stations.
The gas stations all have SUPs already designated for drive-through and time. Like the council agreed for them to be open for an extended period of time. Back then, we had light pollution stuff, and so they had to agree, and you had other stuff when those SUPs were done way back when.
And so they had an SUP to be open for 24 hours. And so they all have SUPs to be open for 24 hours. This particular business is saying, we don't want to abide by that, and so we're having those issues. And so this SUP all it would do is any new business that would come in, so any new business that would come in that's going to stay open would just have to request for an SUP. And according to Nicole, we can't retro back anyway. So even if Whataburger didn't have an SUP,
Okay, I see.
they're grandfathered in anyway. So it would be any new business that would come in that,
So they would
need
just
an
have,
SUP.
okay,
Correct.
which that's easy
But
to
I
do.
went back to check to figure out, like, we had to have had this issue before. So I looked at, because Chacho serves alcohol and they're open, they were open 24 hours. But they were required, as part of their SUP, to have a licensed peace officer on their premises the whole time. And so they've kept up with that.
Right.
Peter Piper's was required to have a licensed peace officer on the premises while they served alcohol. They're not open 24 hours, but they were required to have a licensed peace officer. So there's stuff that were put in SUPs before my time that these businesses were established. But all those businesses would be grandfathered in according to your city attorney,
Okay.
even if it wasn't in their SUP.
And do we have any freestanding ERs? That pediatric, is it 24 hours?
No.
I didn't even look that one
No,
up.
I
don't
think they close at midnight.
Okay. I'm just
You're talking
want to make,
But-
but I guess they're all grandfathered in.
They're all grandfathered in, so it would
okay.
only be any new business that would come
New
in would be
businesses.
required to get an SUP.
Okay, yes, Mr. Martinez.
But you said something that the business is causing the problem right now. This wouldn't apply to them.
No, but they have the other problem too, so we're gonna fix it one way or the other.
Okay.
So are we passing an ordinance for just one business and?
No, so you have to understand, when I see a problem, that doesn't mean that that's the only business that's gonna come here to have that problem. And so that one business has two problems, a BYOB issue and a past 2 a.m. issue. The 2 a.m. issue won't apply to them, but the BYOB will. I have a prospective business that's gonna come in, that's looking at coming in, that.
Want to do both.
That wants to do both as well. I want them to have an SUP or a permit in order for them to be able to authorize them to be able to do that.
Okay,
So I'm
you're
trying to prevent
You're trying to
future
look
issues.
forward, yeah,
Correct.
and look at that. Okay, so is there you don't have any changes then for the next council meeting, so is it appropriate to put this on the consent agenda, or
If
did you want to talk about it?
Narrow the window from 2 to 4 for Shipley's, we can do that. I mean, it's,
Does Shipley's not have an
Yeah,
SUP?
Shipley's would be grandfathered in.
They'd be grandfathered in anyway.
are y'all okay with the time between 2,
We did 2:30 and 5, I think.
2:30 and 5, yes. 2:30 and 5 a.m.
I think an issue with and this has to do with the actual way the ordinance is written. Maybe put an effective date on this ordinance. I know one of the issues with the grandfathered in the past was it was very difficult because sections were amended and it goes back to the 80s.
No, I'll
You
put the
could
date.
never, so maybe effective the first of the month the following.
Yeah.
And so then for permanent, what
Yep.
would be
Be
grandfathered in?
Yep.
Wouldn't it be anything before that?
Absolutely, we'll put all that.
And we can.
Okay, yes. Okay, does everybody agree with that? Okay, thank you. I'll put a yes on that one. All right. Agenda item, thank you, Mr. Salinas. Do appreciate all your efforts this evening. Agenda item 7.8, presentation and discussion, excuse me, on an ordinance amending Article 1.06, Boards, Commissions, and Committees subsection 1.06.009, Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee. And again, this is our first read as required by the city charter, and Dr. Caldera would be our presenter this evening.
Hi,
Thank
good
you.
evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So does the City of Leon Valley want to amend the duties and responsibilities of the Economic Development Department, or the Economic Development Advisory Committee, my apologies. So we would be amending Article 1.06, Boards, Commissions, and Committees, subsection 1.6.009, Economic and Community Development Advisory Committee. The amendments would remove the review of projects from the duties and responsibilities of the committee, as y'all voted in the policy and procedure back in April, and add the City Council directed policies as their main area of responsibility. So back in April 4th of 2023, the city staff evaluated the projects and they would bring them to council. The amendment would update this ordinance to reflect this change. There's no fiscal impact. And again, it's city council's discretion. I added the ordinance in your packet so you could see what I'm taking out, what line item, and just adding in there directed policies per the council. And so instead of them reviewing projects, they would review policies set forth to them, like the sign code ordinance or something of that nature. Or you have the ability to get rid of the committee altogether if that's something you so choose to do. But I heard from the council at the time, y'all just wanted to amend their responsibilities.
Okay. And so you're suggesting that they're not going to vet the projects. That was what was discussed.
Well, that was already
That was already
and
discussed,
decided.
right.
I'm just changing it to, because this ordinance doesn't reflect that. So the council's already made a decision that you want that to come directly to council and not go through the Economic Development Advisory Board, but we needed them to have a duty. And so my recommendation for a duty, if you're going to keep that committee, is for them to evaluate policies at your direction. So whether it's a sign code policy or a SUP policy or a whatever it is, you would direct them to review whatever policies. And so they would only meet when you.
Okay. And have we run this by the committee already?
No,
we have
because
not.
y'all have already made the decision on not doing projects. The committee, when we polled the committee, 3 of them said, get rid of the committee. We don't, it doesn't matter. One said to keep, and the other one said, I don't care.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking about, what else they could do to make their.
But see, we shouldn't be making up stuff for people to do.
Right.
Like, you shouldn't be having a committee and just trying to give them something to do. If you have a true need, that's why committees are established. So you have committees established because there's a need to be met in the community. You don't just try to keep a community and give them something to do. And so if there's something to do, like policy review, I think is an important duty, like the sign code ordinance.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be like just trying to come up with
I was just
something for
thinking
them
that
to do.
the economic development funds a lot of our special events. I don't know if they could do some more with special events. If that's a need, I don't know. But I was just trying to think a little bit more outside the box to broaden it. If indeed the council was going to go with this policy of just, having them review policy. I know your wife is on the council, and so not the council, the ED board. And what comments do you have?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to delete the committee. Some citizens just want to participate in city government. They want to participate and be part of the process. We'll talk about it on Saturday. Ms. Moretz indicated that the sign ordinance should be not done by one person, 2 people. It should be done by a committee. And I'm going to let it go, just to let you know exactly. I know that Mr. Bradshaw and myself and Ms. Moretz were supposed to get it, and we've been so busy that we have yet to be able to get together at one time because somebody's doing something, at a
So you
different
definitely
time.
want them to do the
Right.
sign.
And when I
Is that
spoke
right?
to the city manager, she indicated that it would be a good project for this committee to take over. And I'm going to go with that recommendation. I'm going to talk to my colleagues about this and hopefully get the sign ordinance done.
Okay, but that's the one major thing that you, okay, and do one little step at a time. All right, Mr. Martinez.
Well, I'm in opposition to getting rid of the committee or getting rid of their responsibilities to vet projects. In my opinion, we are giving a lot of money, or the potential to give a lot of money, city money, to businesses. And I think for transparency, it would be a good idea to have a second set of eyes. In my opinion, Mr. Roque came up with no more than a checklist for vetting projects, EDC projects. And that's nothing more than a staff checklist. I would like to see another set of eyes look at the projects and vet them before coming to council. There's a lot of things that are happening, and I appreciate some of the things that he is doing. It's, we've never had an economic development director that has been as aggressive and going out for businesses and trying to, spur economic growth in our city. But with that, there's money attached to it. And, I think it'd be better than just have staff vet the project. It'd be nicer to have a separate committee that'll look at a project and give us their feedback, just like planning on zoning.
You're asking for a council vote to change what
I would
was
like
already
to see-
voted on
yes.
a couple of months ago,
Yes,
right?
I would like to
'Cause
see
that's
that.
what-
And
That's what I hear you
another
say.
thing is, what is a lot of people's first venture into public office or public exposure, government, is through a committee. We can entice somebody to join the beautification committee, or we didn't have a beautification, Earthwise Living, or this committee, or get on planning on zoning. But that's a lot of people's first exposure to government. And how many people here on the council, their first venture into politics was in a committee, and now they're on council or have been on council. So, I think since there's a potential for a lot of money to be given out, and transparency, I think we need to keep the committee and keep their responsibilities to vet projects.
So this isn't just a staff, it comes to council. The staff isn't reviewing and saying yes or no. Like, the staff is reviewing and council's making the decision.
Right, but I still
just wanna-
think we have a
I just
committee
wanna
to.
make that clear.
Yeah,
But
I
Ms.
still think we should
Martinez
have a committee
wants
to.
you want to
vet
keep
that.
it the way it had been.
Yes. we
Right,
should
that's
have
what
a
I'm understanding.
separate committee
Okay.
to vet the project before it comes to us.
I got you. But again, the vote was to go back to Economic Development Director directly to the council, and then we make the decision, and then there's the appeal process. So just want to clarify that. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah. I think that would require redoing all the policies that we've approved over the past several months in order to carry that out. I want to clarify, this is what's before us. We're not getting rid of the committee. The committee will exist, and we can give them any project and classify it when we give it to them that we would ever want. That being said, I don't think it's in the best interest of the businesses to bog down the approval of projects. And also, I just want to, side note, with the charter changes, however long ago, a year or whatever,
Last November.
we now approve the department head, or we consent to the department heads as a council. And I think Roque, though he was hired before that,
But I still
I know
put him on the
Councilman
agenda.
Bradshaw and I were in his interview. And so I think that's a whole other element of the accountability mechanism. So not only are these projects finalized through the council and they can be appealed through the council, but also the council is the ones that consent to the hiring of the department heads. For this example, the Economic and Community Development Director. But I think that there's more accountability mechanism in the council vetting projects versus an appointed committee that often changes, that may or may not have the best interest of the mass majority of citizens, because ultimately the committee members are appointed, they're not elected, and so they don't have the same accountability mechanisms with the broader citizenry than than us.
Yeah, but I also thought it was more of a, speeding up. It's gonna shorten the process of a project going through to approval by not going to the committee and just going from the director to the council. Is that y'all's understanding? I think we were trying to be more business proactive, friendly, whatever. I don't know. Mr. Salinas, I don't want to talk for you, but I mean, I thought that was one of the goals.
That was not one of the result is that.
Okay.
My initial draft was to require more documents. It was
that's
it was
right.
the body of the council that decided to take that step out. So that is the result
Uh-huh.
of the policy, but that was not my initial
Okay.
intention.
All right. Okay, great. Thank you. But that was the outcome. Okay, okay.
Yeah, we
Mr.
never recommended getting rid of the committee or
Yeah.
taking the committee out of the process. That was brought forth that was y'all's, the council's,
Okay.
they
Yeah.
wanted to remove the committee. So I want to make that
All
clear
right.
because he
Thank
got
you.
a lot of flack for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't him.
I want to add that
Mr.
like,
Stevens, go
with
ahead.
this new requirement of increased documentation, like, I'm trying to remember all the stuff for the 0% interest. Well, I guess that's vetted through another company or through an organization anyways. But
The LIF
in
fund.
terms of vetting, there's like a lot of things that require like advanced education and familiarity with like the economics of businesses that I think in general just community members don't have or they aren't proficient in.
Well, and then it's emotional. So like the businesses come to Economic Development Committee and they don't want to tell that person no. And so they're not making their decision based on facts and numbers. They're making it based on emotion. There has been not one project that I can recall that has come forth to the Economic Development Advisory Committee that they have denied because they don't want to tell the business no. And so there are businesses that should not in my opinion, have received economic development funds at all. And so, but again, the way the process was very kind of loosely done. And so they were allowed to come forth, and then it puts council in a precarious position because then you have people up here telling their sad story, and then y'all don't want to turn them down. And so we're trying to say we're looking at a business from a
Roquet's
number
going to.
standpoint. Yeah, we're doing it from a number standpoint, and so then that way we wouldn't bring forth a business to you based
Yeah.
on an emotional factor.
Okay.
I
very
want to
good.
second what you said. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Okay, all right. So Roque's going to be the heavy guy. No, we don't want to fund you. No, I'm just teasing. Okay, anyone? Yes, Mr. Campos, you had your hand up. I apologize.
So again, for the audience, we're not getting rid of the Economic Development Committee, but we as a governing body could always assign them a special project if needed. And, you said loosely, I know you were going to say loosey-goosey, and that's a technical term, by the way, in government. But anyway, I'm supportive of this.
Well, and I was going to say, can we add in the motion to go ahead and assign them the sign ordinance? Is that appropriate for tonight, or no?
Can we do that now?
This is just for the duties. So
Right.
change
Oh,
the
this is just
duties,
for the duties. Okay,
and I'll
gotcha.
bring back a separate item for the sign, like to direct
Okay.
for the sign code.
Okay,
Good.
that sounds
Okay,
great.
thanks.
All right. So this is a first read, so if there's no objection, we'll move it to the consent agenda for the next meeting?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, very good. All right. On the next one, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13, I was going to just take each one of them one by one. And now on the first one, it's the appointment to the Citizens Police Advisory Committee. Well, this is a little different because it's not the mayor's recommendation. It's each council member's recommendation based on their place, right? And if you look in your packet on 7.9, there's Mr. Martinez has 2 appointed members whose terms are expiring, and I was going to ask you who you wanted to appoint.
I'd like to appoint Darby Riley and Manuel Rubio.
Okay, and they're currently serving, and you want their terms
Continue.
to extend. And how long is that going to be, Sandra? Is that a year? 2 years? Okay.
Yes, but
So
instead
2
of doing it in May, because here it is mid-July, we are going to move that term to June instead of it being May, because with elections, it's just too hard for y'all to get on those.
So the end of June?
It'll be June, well,
30th.
yes, it'll be June 31st is the
June
term date.
30th. Okay, June 30th.
Or
So
30th, I'm sorry.
it'll be 2025. Okay.
I'd also like to point out that in my presentation here, I've also got your attendance roster, and there are a couple that have missed 3 meetings, which we were to bring to your attention. So
Okay. And on the police advisory? Okay.
on all of these have their
Yeah.
attendance rosters.
But Mr. Rubio and Mr. Riley have 100% attendance, so
Correct.
that's
No,
very good.
Yeah, the
Okay,
rest.
so then let's just go on to the next places that need to be appointed. So that's place 3. And with Mr. Hefner off the board and Mr. Campos on the board, you have 2 appointments, Mr. Campos, and who would those be?
I would like to recommend Richard Blackmore and Andrea Roof.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then place 5 is not here, so do we want to postpone that to the next meeting? That'd be all right? Carry over Mr. Bradshaw's appointments? Okay, and I had an appointment because Mr. Campos is now on the board, and I'm going to appoint Olin Yarnell for the police advisory. He said he would serve. All right, so may I have a motion for those appointees with the exception of,
I so move.
okay.
Second.
On a 2-year basis. Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Orozco and a second by Mr. Martinez to approve the appointments for place 1, place 3, and the mayor's appointment for a 2-year term ending June 30th, 2025. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. I appreciate that. Moving then to the discussion of appointing a council liaison to the Board of Adjustment for a 1-year term. Right now, it's Mr. Bradshaw. And I'm not
I'd
sure.
like to recommend Mr. Bradshaw be
Okay.
placed on there again.
All right. All right. We have a motion by, he's not here.
Well, I
That's
was
what
going to
happens.
say, they haven't met for 2.5 years.
That's okay, but that's,
So-
yeah,
so,
he still wants to be on there. We know
Yes.
that, right? So we have a motion by Mr. Orozco and a second by Mr. Campos to approve Counselor Will Bradshaw as council liaison for the Board of Adjustment for his term ending 6/30/24. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving then to, I wanted just to make a note on the police advisory. Mr. Orozco, your term as the liaison does not expire until 24. Till
Oh, okay.
24. And on the actual council communication, it had a opening for a council liaison. So I just wanted to be sure
Right,
that we're all
also.
on the same page there. Okay.
I thought, Mayor, just to correct that, way back, you wanted a council liaison on each board and committee for a 1-year term. So I think that's why we had it on there.
Oh, okay. But it has it as 24, so I thought we'd just honor that, if that's okay
And that's
with
okay.
everybody.
I would be honored to
Because I know
serve.
you want to just continue to serve.
Some of
Okay.
them didn't have them, so I
Some of
didn't
them don't
highlight
have them
that
either,
on,
yeah.
on those.
Okay, on 11, discussion and possible action on a resolution appointing members to the Economic and Community Development Advisory Board. All right. I'd like to recommend to extend Roger Christensen's term and extend Kishore Kamajaru's term. They have both reapplied, and there is a vacancy, and there is a citizen, Ann Zoyer, who has asked to be considered for this committee. And so I would recommend to appointing Ann Sawyer to the committee member vacancy. Any further discussion or changes or corrections to any of that?
I'll second that. Or I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Make a motion, I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Orozco to reappoint Roger Christensen and Kishore Kamajaru on the EDCD Advisory Committee and appoint Ann Sawyer to the vacant committee opening. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. On the library board, which is 712, there we go, right here. Recommend reappointing Claire Brown, Mariana Christensen, and Patricia Burkhead.
To accept those.
And there's no other applicants for any alternate position, but at least we can reappoint them. So we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to reappoint those 3 positions as stated for another 2-year term. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right. And I know there's no council liaison, so if anybody wants to be a council liaison, jump up and tell me that you do on those other committees that we just discussed. Okay, on the planning and zoning, I wanted to recommend reappointment of Edward Alonzo, Catherine Rouse, and Richard Blackmore. And if you'll notice, the P&Z recommended appointing Hilda Gomez in Philip Campos' spot, place 3. So that's 4 appointments. And I would recommend Thomas Dillig, alternate number 1. He's a new resident and from Germany. He's an engineer, and he's on the Earthwise Living Committee, very enthusiastic, young, and wants to get involved. And I think he'd be a good member. And I'm not sure about David Perry. Where is Catherine? Kathy, come here. David Perry didn't reapply. Is he interested in continuing, or I'm not sure. I haven't seen him move up into
David Perry.
I tried to get here early to ask Mindy, and I wasn't sure.
I hadn't heard from David Perry. Did he just get? Our alternates might not have known they needed to reapply because they had just barely been appointed.
Okay.
And so I think Ms. Gomez didn't reapply either because she had just barely been appointed. And so I think they didn't know they needed to reapply.
But y'all moved her up as per
we
some email.
had asked
so
her if she wanted to move up.
Yeah.
So I know she definitely wants to stay. And as far as I know from David, he wasn't thinking about leaving.
Okay.
And
so we'll reappoint him.
Yeah,
as well.
we can reappoint him, and then I can double check at our meeting next week. And if he wasn't planning on staying, I can let y'all know if we had an extra person that wanted to.
So that's 1, 2, 3. Thank
definitely
you.
keep that list if there were extra people that.
Okay. That's
applied
1, 2,
that didn't get on,
3,
but yeah,
4.
Because our alternates
5,
just joined
6.
recently, and so I don't think they knew they needed to reapply.
2. Okay. 3.
And if they need to fill out paperwork so that
5,
you guys
6.
officially
Okay.
have that paperwork, I can let them know as well.
It's to
All right,
update
thank
the
you.
contact information every 2 years.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Martinez? And then, Mr. Martinez, I think you wanted to continue as liaison, is what you
Yes, I would like to
expressed an
continue
interest
as
in.
liaison, and I would like to have Kimberly Bull removed for non-attendance.
Okay. I don't think she's attended any meeting for over a year, right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So those are the 6 recommendations. I didn't know how the council felt about that, if you want to approve those or...
Well, I just want to get clarification because we're not here to remove anybody. We're here to put somebody on. We can address Ms. Ms. Bowles at another time, but we're here to put somebody in there, not to take anybody out. And I guess that's that's on the agenda. I mean, I can see his point, but I think we'd be out of order if we go and follow that at the moment.
We've done it before. I'll just add it to the next agenda, Mayor.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, we still have 6 positions open, so Edward Alonso, Catherine Rouse, Richard Blackmore, Hilda Gomez, Thomas Dillig, and David Perry. And
Mindy.
And
Mindy's here.
Benny Martinez. Yes. David Perry?
No, we're just listening.
Oh, you were just listening. Okay. And then Mr. Martinez says liaison. So what's the pleasure of the council?
I'll go with that motion of getting those.
All right. And any further discussion? Yes, Mr.
I was just going to comment. I believe David Perry probably, like, just knowing him, and he like has a desire to get involved, but not have something that's like our requirement.
Yeah.
I would imagine that he does still want to be at least an alternate. So.
Right. Okay. Sounds good. So all those in favor of the 6 appointments that we discussed for the PNZ, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that's for a 2-year extension to 6/30/25.
Right.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you. Do appreciate it. Anything else that we need to do? P&Z people over there in the corner? Okay, great. Thank you. And do appreciate all your efforts. Thank you so much. All right. Agenda number 8 is citizens to be heard. Anybody from our chambers like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. Okay. Seeing no one, then we'll move to request from members of the city council to place any future agenda items. Yes.
We received a letter today from a Mary Fernandez.
Right.
Citizens to be heard.
Right. I was going to take that letter. She has a lot of questions, and Dr. Caldera and I meet on Wednesdays, and so we'll go over that and make sure we get the answers to her questions. She's got 3 questions.
Right, okay, I just want to make sure
so
that
we
it was
are
handled.
going to address it,
Okay.
Ms. Fernandez, but I was going to meet with the manager tomorrow. Okay? All right, thank you. I do have a request, and that is, I walk in the natural area probably 2 to 3 times a week, and I just asked Dr. Caldera if our ordinance, when we established the natural area, said no smoking. With this heat and the dryness, I mean, you ought to see the plants are they're just like, and as we walk, we see more than I like cigarette butts. And so I was wanting to consider adding a no smoking component to the natural area. We already have no pets, and I can't remember what, and stay on the trail, and I can't remember all of the different, anyway, so that's what I'd like to add for a future agenda item, so that's it. Okay, anyone else have something else?
I have Benny as the first to remove Mrs. Bowl. Is second Ray?
Ray, is the Miss Bowl removal your second?
That's seconded.
Okay, he seconded. Okay, very good. Very good.
So, Mayor, could I ask a question?
You sure can.
On the request for future items, is there another area within the retreat that we can then say from those, we want to see this on
Well,
future agendas?
I think we can do that.
So if you
Yeah.
have items, so the way the retreat works, and it's going to be a little crunch time because I have 2 council members that need to leave by 2:30. You provide me direction. So anything that's on the retreat, the council collectively, like, let's just say short-term rental. Y'all want to bring that back, y'all collectively make a decision at that meeting to bring it back. If y'all collectively say, we've heard this 10 times already, we're done, then it gets squashed, we're done, we move on to the next item. So that's what the retreat focuses on, is directing me. You also have the reprioritization of the pipeline on your retreat. This is just for items that may not come up at the retreat that you want to see at the next meeting, and you get a second for this evening. The other thing is I did put your binders for your retreat. As you can
Yes,
see, it's a
thank
lot
you
of
for that.
information. That's why the deadline is July the 5th. Any of you know if Mr. Bradshaw is going to be around or when he's going to come back? He may need his binder by then, so if anybody wants to take it to him or see him before, let me know. If not, I can try to drop it off. I don't know when he's coming back, but I'll see if you can get that.
One of the
Okay, yes, sir.
last question I have for the retreat.
Go right ahead.
Does the city attorney attend?
No.
No.
Okay, so if we need legal guidance.
So any questions that you have, that's why I provide you the binder. Ask your questions ahead of time, and I try to get answers from Nicole before the retreat, but she's not there on Saturday.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we'll have breakfast and we'll have lunch.
We'll have
Yeah,
breakfast and lunch.
and we'll have lunch, and
then
we'll just work straight
We
through.
will probably, hopefully be out of there by no later than 2:30. I know Mr. Martinez has to leave by 2, but Mr. Bradshaw has to leave by 2:30.
And then we can decide at that point if we
What
want to
you wanna do with the rest of
reschedule
the
for,
items.
if we have, let's just see where we are on the agenda, and then we can decide. Okay? So, and this community meeting, just an FYI, it's for the City of San Antonio's Bandera Road redevelopment. They have their specific plan, so this is what they're discussing. So just their specific.
I'll just,
Yes.
so they send those, I think accidentally, to a lot of the Leon Valley businesses that are inside 410.
Uh-huh.
So
Did you get one?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think everybody gets,
Yeah.
actually they send out a lot of mail, but yeah.
Okay, all right. If there's no objection, then we will move to adjourn at 10 minutes after 9 on July 18th. Y'all take care, and we'll see you on August the 1st. Thank y'all very much. Have a good evening, and we'll see you Saturday at the coffee.
Mayor had given me a name for a council member assistant. Can I ask her about that? City of San Antonio, she told me to speak to her, but I just want to hear.
Are you going to see Counselor Bradshaw?
Yeah, I was going to take that.
I'm super sensitive for the heat. I was based in Montana for 2 weeks, and then like the day I got back, I almost had 7 weeks. No, I literally.
Yeah. I got it.
Strawberry shortcake.
Oh, good. Thank God.
See you later, doctor.
Bye. Y'all have a good night.
I was like throwing up, and I was like all amazing, and just from getting out of the car.
Saturday, trying to get my training. To drill a hole and get the wires, but it was not in here.
Yeah, all it takes is me walking from the car to the grocery store, and then the car, and then home. As soon as I get home from going to the grocery store, I have ice packs on my arteries on my neck. I lay on my neck full of ice packs and all my vital areas like I'm at the hospital. And I drink a lot of water, but yeah.
Every day I say that sometimes. Until I need the grass mowed, then I'm like, oh, I get it. It's too hard. That's my life with me too. Or when I need a tire change or something that I don't want to do. Or the plumbing or something. Or when my daughter's hair gets all stuck in the drain and I don't want to do that. I mean, that's the only reason I need to take the hair out of the drain and change the tire. That's it. That's the only thing I don't do is domestic cleaning because I don't like ladies washing dishes. Like I don't like egg or food like wet on my fingers. And so I pawn that off on them. All right. Or by people please.
That was my mother's biggest thing. She never wanted, if there was egg in it, she never wanted to put another egg.
Put it in the sink and put water on it.
No. But anyway, what?
Okay. Be a good girl. I'll see you next year. I mean, next time. Did you get your jacket, Jake? Okay. How did your excursion go yesterday with your grandkids? Good. They're so cute. No issues. That little boy was just sitting there. Yeah, no, he was a happy camper and my grandson.
don't mind taking them with you when you go somewhere. They're ready to go. Where are we going from? Where are we going? It's fun. It's good seeing you. Bye. Bye-bye. That's all I know. I know. Well, we can do it like we said. I forgot. So when I text you executive session, that means 6. Just for future. I'm doing that. My gosh, I'm the one that but it's just the procedure. I want to be able to. But too smart to nobody quite. Anyway, no, I was not going to come by. Well, I would do the top area, the short term. Oh, Mr. Campos. On the short term rental one, I just verified with Nicole on that resident one, E, one that we said you had to be, the registrants have to be a resident of the home, and she said that one should not have been on there, it should have been. Regulate, like, areas, like if you want. License just. Yeah, you can do meet, well, but you have to give a justification, so like you could say all residential abutting, like Bandera Road, could be deemed as Airbnb, but anything outside of that, you have to do like a district or a zone, you can't just say this block. Yes. Or that block, you would have to be designated area.
We were just talking about it, but it's gonna be.
We couldn't do it with the city of San Antonio.
But you could do a percentage. I don't think you'll have the vote for, but you can.
I feel something was not right.
Somebody else will regulate it, yeah. Maybe, we'll see. Oh, but then I don't want to do it the aftermath of that. Sandra, I've got,
Okay. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, Mr. B.
okay, tomorrow at 2. Yeah, and I'll.
Hey, Kristen.
And I'll be at the office.
Is that your calculator?
Yes, my calculator, my coffee, my pen. I always lose my pens, and then Angela buys me new.
Oh. She's like, how do you go through your pins? You're not using this.
That's why I was
We
thinking
actually cleaned it, we're trying to, or we did organize our garage. You couldn't believe. So, anyway.
I'll get the resolutions done for you. My phone tomorrow?
Yes.
You can
What
Thursday?
resolution is that?
All the appointments,
Oh.
because I'll need to put in the names. I can get them ready next time in your office.
Well, you know, if I have to come by and come by. I can also give them to you on that.
Oh, yeah. Put your key on the.
Oh, thank you. I got it. I wanted to thank you.
Oh, my hammer and my. I mean, anything happens. I'll give her mine. What is, yeah, I mean, she got it since being here. I'll make sure she has. You know, we just, I can't be in every meeting, I can't be at every RFP, I can't be in every. No. Well, so do you not want me to do the presentation? Yeah, no, I know you already, because I know last time I did the presentation, you guys did. I think it's very good for the appointment. It took me 4 hours. Yeah. No, I mean, it was a good exercise, to be honest, because I took them in pieces and I did the little. No, I'm scared. Those back in. I did this before and I understand then they're quality, and now, okay, this was, and then I go out and I interview the staff and I interview the nose and I'm ready to spread like the plate necessarily appropriately, and it was fine.
And you were very open about that, so I really appreciate that.
So then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take it to the.
If you want to, then just let me know and I can add them to the one. Yeah, I will. Because we have them as a separate resolution.
So I haven't, there's certain things that can be missed. There's too much stuff to change.
How often we meet.
And then I knew, where are we going? No, I don't want to be, and not to be shiny.
Exactly.
And that's all I'm gonna
It's going to be addressed there.
So I'm gonna respond to his,
Yeah, just let me know and add them to the resolution.
But I'm gonna, we answered some, the stuff that we had readily available, Lisa, I kind of answered. How are you?
I'm good.
You did great. On the 4th of July. I'm serious. Just so happy.
That's what happened last night. The whole meeting was dedicated to that.
And I'm like, oh, do it again? Didn't we go over on it?
We're not going to do it. That's not. That was at the that's the parade and we have to.
But I don't mind the rest of the
Half of our of the 4th of July.
know that I won't know, because I don't have access to Nextdoor. I don't. Gave me their other kid before. I don't think that equipment.
Well, thank you for actually bringing it
That
up.
are good. So yes, I mean, that's something that
Now that I think about it, one time.
we haven't gone up to the number of listed, so when I asked for staff.
While this is going on, you gotta remember. No, I just want to read the fire department vehicles pull out, and we turn to go up the Van Air Road.
I was just looking for a direction for an item and I haven't seen it. And I thought I missed it to be perfectly honest with you. I think what it is
So the two vehicles went right.
I thought maybe there was some communication and then he was just telling me ask some
They didn't have the blue. And I just wanted to communicate the guy.
Yeah.
What's up? But, just out of it, and
Salary visualization study, so we can get that going sooner rather than later. Good night. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you.
Fine. I am not gonna put anybody's, it's all more procedural kind of things, like how do we work together?
Oh.
How do we share it a little
You
bit
mean on
more?
the diets?
Yeah, how do we share it on the diets? You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to talk about. And then also we need, I need to start a little bit earlier. Can the mayor have flexibility? So that's what I'm looking for, but not, okay. You got to know about me because I've been here a long time. And Crystal can vouch for me. Have an influence, then other people
You mean
should
on
be.
the individual agenda items?
Yes, and so we moved it to. An advocate for that. I just want you to know it's all.
And I hope you,
You know, hey, you know me and I know you, and I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm never going to give away your First Amendment. Oh, on the extension? Oh.
Yeah.
No,
I said, Benny, I'm sorry, I was upset about it. Hard financial, As an artist, as a musician.
And just, I mean, my clarification is that I never was opposed to it. I was always for an exemption. It was just how much.
How much? No,
From 1 to 20%. I was worried, and hey, you got to realize.
Right. No, I hear you.
You see what I'm saying? And so I wanted to advocate for them.
Right. No, I
And
hear
maybe
you.
a middle ground.
And there's a
But
balance.
I never was opposed to it. But it just got kind of blown out of proportion, like the mayor's against exemptions. No, I'm not. It was just a percentage of where we should. And I'm for a compromise.
Okay.
I'm a compromise.
No, and
From
that's
the word
good.
go, I really am.
No,
So we got Benny at 5 and Josh at 20. Can we do it the middle? You know, that's all I was trying to do.
that's fair.
But you know what? At the end of the day, you know, we're going to accept whatever that council says. Move forward on it. And we're going to make it work. We're going to make it work.
It was a good meeting. I think it was.
Yeah, it was a positive meeting.
It's more with my cousin thing.
And that's, yeah, that's right. And all of a sudden, like, Crystal, why are we doing this?
I think she did a very good job.
And she's trying.
there so long, you know, so.